the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the
what you got. Back down, up, back down, up, back down, up, back down, back down, up, back down, up, back down, up, back down, back down, up, back down, up, back down, up, back down, back down, up, back down, up, back down, up, back down, back down, up, back down, back down, up, back down, up, back down, 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 back down Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up. Show me what you got.
Welcome to the final day here of Game Changers APAC. You are here with myself, Mika and Tash, who is looking gorgeous today, by the way, so pretty in pink. And we are here to bring you all of the action. And Tash, I think this is the anime arc we have all been waiting for. We have such a banger match for everybody today, don't you think?
Absolutely. Now, yesterday was the day that everyone wanted to see the revenge arc for the finals of Elite last year. While it wasn't the match that we wanted to see for Grand Finals, today's match sets up a story of rivalry. The team that Aneri played in, the Sisterhood, the team that they were playing together, Alter Ego Celeste, whose grand final slot to Champions last year was stolen, and this time around she has moved away to a different team to prove her worth and prove herself to not only her teammates but the world that she is able to go far with or without them. Regardless, I'm sure that all the girls, I mean, we set the stage like an anime battle, but I'm sure all the girls are on good terms. But it is a very, very interesting story to see, because last year Aneri gained her fame as well as her name as one of the best players here in Asia Pacific by playing with these girls. There were a lot of, I would say, comparisons between Aneri as well as Ayumi. They were on the same team at the time, but now on separate teams, this is going to be a legitimate head-to-head.
Yes, it is a revenge match, right? And then like Tash mentioned, the story kind of like writes itself. It is that all of these girls actually have had, you know, such close calls, I think, with this chance, and now they really are going to bring it all out for this singular slot here to represent APAC in Game Changers Champions in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And looking back at our roadmap so far, you know, right here we have Open 1, Open 2, Open 3, all the way to our LCQ, and it has all led to this very day, actually. Yesterday, unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to NWJ and Full Sense Sapphire. And, you know, talking about NWJ just really quickly, Tash, I think they exceeded expectations.
Oh, absolutely.
I thought our top 4 would have had OGX, right? I think all of us kind of like, you know, agreed that, you know, OGX is one of the big 4. But it just goes to show how much NWJ have improved throughout the year. I really hope to see more of them next year. Oreophilia has been a part of the Game Changer circuit for some time, and I so want to see more of Lynn.
Yeah, more of Lynn is going to be exciting. More of our K4Deity or Clutch4Deity, rather. More of Envious as well. All the veteran names, new and old. Now, coming to what you said about NWJ, they are definitely a team that really flipped all of our scripts upside down. I think a lot of them were talking about it on Twitter, about how, you know, everybody had this idea of what to expect because of Open 1 all the way to Open 3, all the way up to LCQ, because that is the pattern that everyone saw in the beginning of the year. But for Elite, though, we saw the best out of the best. We saw changes. We saw roster shuffles. And honestly, for me personally, coming to look at NWJ with the brand new player, I had a lot of questions, but it does show that, between the time of LCQ, between the time of Open 3, we saw a lot of changes behind the scenes that we probably didn't know or was talked about as well. So it's going to be super exciting. Now, speaking about exciting, the brackets is what I want to see, the story of the Elite tournament so far.
Yes, and I think, we were talking about anime arcs, we were talking about revenge matches earlier. We also had one yesterday when Full Sense Sapphire was eliminated by RRQ Kaguya, right?
Yes.
Painful loss for the Full Sense Sapphire ladies who were hoping, of course, to represent the region again. But I'm sure they also are very happy for their friends at RRQ Kaguya. But I think, we really did predict it to boil down to these top three teams, right? It was going to be SMG, RRQ, or Full Sense Sapphire. We just weren't sure in what order they would appear.
I mean, when the start of the year happened, everyone projected that it's going to be a flawless run for SMG, and it has been that. But I think one of the biggest changes I saw in Elite is that the step-ups from all of these teams, RRQ, Full Sense Sapphire, NWJ, in fact, the biggest changes I saw was their discipline, how they play together. It's very, very different. SMG, the beginning of the year, a lot more reckless, a lot more W gaming because they know that they could stomp. But then you start to see them play very, very, it's not passive, that's not the right word for it, a lot more disciplined. They don't have to take up all this space when they don't have to. And I love seeing this change because I asked this question last Wednesday, I believe, and they said, when I asked that question, they were quite surprised that we did notice that. Now for RRQ, I think that for them, they're very, very vocal on social media, especially on Twitter, how Coach Ducky D would always say, we weren't good enough, we need to work harder, there are a lot of things we need to figure out. And every time he tweets that, I felt a bit sad because I felt like it was good enough. It was just honestly a situation that they couldn't help themselves to. But honestly, I feel like these tweets are a good reminder for them because every time they tweet these things, they come back a lot stronger. And I feel like for Coach Ducky D, he has been trying to find that formula to really overtake, Full Sense Sapphire. And finally they did. And everyone was saying, revenge arc complete yesterday. But is it enough to go into this rivalry story today?
Oh yes, and we are gonna find out if it is enough, right? Especially since, as we have been mentioning every single day, actually, as we have been talking about every single day, SMG has had a perfect run so far this entire year, right? Again, always saying, what do they say to the gods of the lose streak? Is it gonna be today? That is the big question, right? It's a tall order as well for RRQ Kaguya because they have yet to even take a map from Team SMG, right? That's how big the demons that they are facing today are. So it's you also have the backstory that like Tash, like you mentioned, you set it up that there's this perfect team not too long ago, and suddenly they broke up and their star player is now on SMG and they are facing her, right? There's so many layers to this story, and this was exactly why we wanted those SMG versus RRQ grand finals, and we have it here today in a banger best of 5 series, Tash.
Speaking of that, though, let's have a look at the first team happening today. And this is one of our teams competing. Let's check them now. This is a firepower team, the team that used to be called Alter Ego Celeste, the team that had the spot to Berlin last year stolen from them by Sapphire. And now in their team with Aluka, Yumi, Best, Iceberg, and Napsky, they are looking to make a comeback today. Now, the question is for SMG, they're having the same run that we saw from Alter Ego Celeste last year. But whether or not they'll be able to defend that from happening again is the question. Now, Napsky had an insane day yesterday, dropping, I would say, 37 in one game, just practically farming. And Ayumi, completely explosive yesterday as well, with one of the most insane aces I've ever seen. Now, they had a long day yesterday. The question is whether or not their stamina can allow them to play flawlessly today as well.
That is exactly the question that we're answering. You're absolutely right. Napsky was insane yesterday. 5.4 KDA in the last map, if I'm not mistaken, and a 432 ACS. That is crazy. Those are crazy stats, and let's not forget that RQ played five maps straight. So to be able to have that endurance and still come out with those statistics at the end of a very long day, that is insane. I wonder if she's still feeling it today. We're gonna find out, especially since she'll be up against, she and the rest of RQ Kaguya will be up against Team SMG. So let's take a closer look at the roster in this video.
The team with the flawless run for this entire year is SMG. Now, as what Boaster says, Alexi, or I like what I see.
I like what I see. Yeah.
That was so good. Honestly, this team, what I love about them, we talked about the story of friendship, and I think it's very much projected in their gameplay, their style, as well as, in the cams as well when we see them end of the game. Kohaibi is one of those interesting players who not only is the IGL, and I heard a lot of people saying, if you IGL, you are going to have very broken stats. But not for Kohaibi. She exceeds expectations. She frags out, she IGLs, and she also clutches. Now, a lot less, I would say, zoom in has been given to Camille and Shirazi, as well as Alexi, honestly, because it's been overshadowed by Kohaibi and Aneri most of the time. But each player has their own role to play. Because in this team, it's not about hero play. It's not about getting your name out there. It's about backing each other up to make sure you can go the furthest you can. And this year has been exactly that. And I think one of the best things about SMG as well, rather, is more of like their morals as well. Because remember, in the beginning of the year, everyone felt as though SMG was punching down to the other girls because they were just so dominant. But now you can see the discipline is here. They respect their opponents a lot better, and that is what I like to see from them. But now as time goes by, they're not as dominant as they were in Open 1. The question now is whether or not they can defend that non-losing streak.
It's interesting that you bring that up, right? The evolution of SMG, especially since, a lot of us on the desk here have been saying, it's so amazing that Team SMG is one of those teams that's fully disciplined, no ego at all. You don't really see any of these teams, or any of the players rather, suddenly stretching or overextending, right? You can absolutely tell what they're there for and how in synergy this team is. Even if maybe once one player goes alone, you never really feel like they're alone because you know that the other members have their back in any which way. And in our best of 5, we are first going to split Haven and Bind and potentially Sunset and Ascent. What are we thinking with our maps here, Tash? I think this is the first time we're going to see SMG on Bind in quite a while.
Yeah, it is going to be one of their first few maps here on Bind, and I think that it's very interesting. I feel like Lotus is a good ban, honestly. I think I spoke about this a lot, how earlier this year, Full Send Sapphire had one of the most flawless Lotus runs, I would say. But now it's starting to look shaky. We saw RQ take it away from them yesterday as well. So I think in any way, it's best for them to take out their comfort maps. And I think Breeze is also one of those maps that Sapphire really excels in because they're so good at those long range angles and off angles and plays. Because for me personally, I think SMG really thrives in maps that have a lot more CQC, a lot more that allows them for their aggressive plays. But I think RRQ boasts a very similar sort style play, though not as aggressive. We have seen that they're able to break that barrier. Now, the biggest problem that I did talk about with a lot of people is that for RRQ, they were proactive, but not proactive enough in terms of making plays happen. And I'm hoping, and we started to see that change yesterday, toward the end of yesterday. So I'm hoping to see that keep going, perhaps. Perhaps this was a strat that they didn't want to show so early until they get to Grand Finals, but we'll have to wait and see.
I like that you brought that up because I also felt that like there's some rounds still with RRQ where you see a little bit of the mistakes. You can see that maybe they underestimate their enemies or sometimes even overestimate their enemies. There's a little bit of desync in the anticipation sometimes, right? So for RRQ, I feel like they also tend to start a little bit slow. Sometimes they need that big play to be able to get them a boost of momentum, right? They need that showstopper to come in from a Yumi or something, or they need a massive triple or quadruple kill from Nabsky to come in and suddenly tell them it's go time. SMG though, they don't necessarily have that start signal. They're just like on every single time. So I really wonder how RQ is going to start here because honestly, the ball is in their court and it matters how hard they can toss it to SMG, right? So I'm really, really curious to see how the first few rounds are going to play here because I think that will determine, the outcome of this first map, not necessarily the second or the third though.
I think that for SMG, they don't really need that start because they have these preset rituals before a game. They have their scrims first, they have their warm-ups first, they have their mental coach coming in for some meditation. So they already have this idea on how exactly or what they need to do to start off on a blank slate. They don't need that, I would say, that spark or that firecracker to push them through. But like when you look at RRQ, they need to feel good about themselves, and that means that they need to make something happen. Now this can go two ways. This feeling of needing to make something happen can lead into either a bad thing like a hero play or a forceful play that kind of just blow back in their face. It's a very high risk, high reward situation. When we've seen Ayumi do this a lot, I think that might be the fire starter for them. But in a way as well, it can also be a good thing, right? Like I said, the fire starter, they need to be able to bring that confidence up. But again, I think yesterday a lot of the tweets coming in from the RRQ girls was saying thank you so much for the carry, Napsky. But I don't want to see that from the team. I want to see everyone step up. I want to see everyone be able to pop off and play together. By pop off here, I'm not asking them to get frags. Popping off means getting that info, getting that impact, swinging in together. That is the impact I want to see. In a lot of situations for RRQ, it's going to be Ayumi going in first. If she survives, she's gonna frag out. If she dies early, the team gets a bit lost because they have to figure out how exactly they want to take this play. They play a little bit more slower because they don't have their entry anymore. But for SMG, one person goes down, they have these protocols in place on what exactly we need to do on page 2, 3, 4, and 5. Because everyone that team knows how to frag out, everyone knows how to play aggressive. So the question now is whether or not RRQ is willing to answer the call and say, hey, if we don't have Ayumi, how exactly are we going to try and get onto the site? If we lose our big fire starter, how are all of us going to be able to rally together and play aggressively and not rely on Napsky alone?
Yeah, that's a big question, especially since like on the side of SMG, you kind of like feel like they can just easily pass the ball around and nobody really drops it, right? They're so aware that they're just ready to catch no matter what happens. On the side of RRQ, you kind of feel that sometimes maybe they're so set in their positions or their roles that they aren't as quick in adapting. That's what we've seen so far. It could very well change today, especially since like they have, I'm sure all of these ladies have an extra boost of adrenaline given that it's our grand finals, right? Going into Split, which will be our first map, I'm expecting to see a hard mirror matchup here. I'm expecting to see like very, very clear roles. Like for example, you'll have Nabsky up against Kohaibi, right? And I'm expecting them both to bring out the Cypher because both of them performed extremely well on the Cypher in this map, right? You do have Nabsky who just performed so well yesterday, and the last time we saw SMG on Split, you also had Kohaibi on the Cypher that basically top frag in every yes, we do have indeed our mirror matchup that we were talking about, Tash. So look at this. We do have a Yumi versus Ineri. We have a Luca versus Alexi. We have Kohaibi versus Nabsky. As we mentioned, we have Bess versus Camille, and we have Shirazi versus Iceberg. Very interesting stuff.
It is interesting stuff. It's gonna be really exciting because when we look at, I have my eyes on Bess honestly, because on this map in particular, her Omen has been very, very impactful on how she plays. She's very aggressive. She can take these fights, and in a lot of situations, she does these very, very ballsy teleports that could really catch the enemy off guard. Sometimes I would really question yesterday as well when I was watching her teleport right beside the enemy or right behind the enemy, and she still got away with 2 kills. So that is gonna be exciting, and I'm wondering if SMG did already take note of that. Speaking of SMG, Kaguya as well can also do these insane plays. I mean, we saw the other day she got a 3K with the Sheriff and the Flick, which caught her whole team off guard. So I do have Kaguya on my sights as well for this really, really huge and big plays that we barely ever expect her to come up with.
Well, we're gonna expect a lot of plays like that. I can imagine, right? There's so much opportunity for it, and you are dealing with the 10 top players and game changers APAC right now. SMG versus RRQ Kaguya. Let's get it started. Let's toss it on over to Tayrawr and Zahk.
Welcome to the grand finale, the final day of Game Changers APAC Elite, where we're gonna know who's gonna make it to the champions. Tayrawr and Zahk here to bring you the action for today. How are you feeling about this matchup, Zahk? It's RRQ versus Team SMG.
Like our panel said, there's a lot of heavy expectations weighing on that SMG side. I mean, they are 33-0 right now when it comes to the record this year. They haven't lost a series yet. In fact, only dropping 4 or 5 maps, all of them to Full Sun Sapphire. So like our panel mentioned, for RRQ, it's going to be challenging to take that first map loss by itself off of them, especially when you do consider that SMG get those extra bans and overall just seem to have like a more deep map pool, considering that about half their maps have 100% win rate this year. That said though, looking at RRQ's gameplay yesterday, I think that they definitely looked much stronger than they have all year, and if, like Tash mentioned, they can overcome their lack of freezing up usually when their duelist, when Ayumi dies right off the bat, they might be able to like really adjust.
Well, let's see. We're bound to figure out what will happen on this first map that we have. And this map is actually picked by SMG. Like they also mentioned, both teams are quite well adjusted when it comes to this map. We're seeing a mirror matchup here, and we're going to be looking at a lot of those default play styles that we usually see on Split. And like the panel mentioned as well, can RRQ overcome that feeling of having a lot of games from yesterday? Will that bring momentum to this day, or will that cause some sort of an issue or some sort of a problem for the team? Without further ado, that's going to be the pistol round that we have right now. Iceberg to control mid over here, but there's also that orb to try and minimize exposure from the teams.
Yeah, they're just playing super cautious here. Neither side getting hyper aggressive. Like you mentioned, mid control being held down by the Viper and Ray's utility. You can see Aluka kind of rotating over towards B for some additional backup. Does consider using the Trailblazer, puts it down for some additional information. And I think that did spot a couple of players from the side of SMG towards B main. I don't know how many of them it spotted and how much information it got exactly, but it's going to be a 4-1 split, 4 towards B main, 1 towards mid. Guhaibi on the lurk as always, trying to find some impact, but she gets spotted out and will be pushed back.
Push back indeed. They have to reposition themselves, but speaking of that, that's gonna be a Yumi tag down. There's gonna be that heal from the sky anyway. It can recover, and that is what's gonna happen as they move and rotate all the way to A and set it up for themselves. And Eri might be seeing this traps anytime soon, but so far they take on the site. They see no one, and it's open for them to plant the spike.
Full 5-on-5 retake is what seems likely. Early boombot though to come out of the SMG side towards CT, immediately detecting presence, so they know that there's quite a few people coming in from that CT side. The stripwire hasn't been broken either. You can see them trying to play around it. The Kaguya to take first contact. Immediate trades coming out from RRQ's side. Still a Shirazi on side, just being such a menace. Both these remaining players anchored towards elbow here. Best gets that first right click. Shirazi brings it down to a 1v1, and it's now just Shirazi versus Ayumi here, but in that close range, the frenzy to find the kill will let RRQ take the pistol and start off great.
Always been surprised with those right click classic shots. Always with these two teams that we have right now anyway. But when it comes to pistol, it's all about that battle of aim when it comes to the ghost. And not only that, but actually surprising your enemy's side. And that's what Ayumi did at this purpose, at this time, at this moment as well. They take the first pistol that we have right here. Very slow-paced movement coming in from the teams. And it feels like they're both hyper-aware that, like you said, there's no hyper aggressiveness coming in from SMG, the usual that we see from this team. And this is also that sense of all the teams that we have right here in Elite just stepped up to the plate and they're trying to catch up.
Yeah, I think RRQ have shown a great deal of improvement since we last saw them in Open 3. I think that they've been taking this time before Elite to really put the work in, deepen their strats for all the maps that they do like to play, and it kind of shows in the way they play to boot. That said, though, I think for this SMG roster, especially on the attacking side, it's gonna have to be a little bit difficult. It might be a little bit difficult for them to beat the Cypher as well as Viper's setup, because there's just so much denying utility available to punish the SMG squad. That said, though, now they're looking to venture into mid. They've taken control of vents. After clearing it out, though, it seems like they want to go towards B instead, possibly worried about the stroke point as they come up above from vents.
A little bit of an open space, perhaps, when it comes to vents, as they already removed that tripwire. Shirazi, on the other hand, also trying to take up space on A main. This is going to be that heaven push coming in from SMG side. Ayumi waiting patiently, though. That's going to be just in time to pull out the Bulldog. He gets two, or rather, she gets two, as Iceberg crosses and holds the crossfire that we have right here. RRQ, it's such a clean round coming in from them. They just hold down their positions.
Holding it down, and there's just nothing that SMG can really do against that superior firepower. Really nice positioning and utility usage to come out of Ayumi here. You can see her swiveling around, just being aware of where the SMG squadron is jumping into sight from, and they're able to close out the kills without losing a single weapon, which makes this bonus round look all that more dangerous for RRQ's side. SMG, they're finally going to be having their full buy coming in, and I think that they should be able to push forward off the back of the superior weaponry, but it's still so slow coming in for them. Like you mentioned, usually the trademark aggression that we're used to seeing out of the squad, it's not happening. Instead, it's RRQ to take the push towards A, and they catch Kohibi out, a 1-for-1 trade.
Best is already down. That's one smoker off in the side of RRQ here. Alexi, on the other hand, doesn't see anyone from that Trailblazer, but at least there's info that a little bit of the sides are clear. Nabsky, though, holding down the fort for the rest of the team. That's gonna be Alexi finding her. That's also the flash settling in from Luka, but there's no follow-up coming in from RRQ. They really do want to play this retake position and retake scenario for the rest of the team. Snake fight to the face. Shirazi receiving a lot of damage here, and as RRQ hops out, remember, this is the buy round coming in from SMG.
Yeah, it just gets completely decimated. 3 for Iceberg here, and just really nice utility down that round where it was a 1-for-1 trade. We managed to fight, but bring it down to a 3v3. Combination of the paint shells and the molly just denies the plants, pushes them out of position, and lets the players from heaven just aggress in and find the kill. So really nice use of utility to displace SMG out of their positions on site. And like you mentioned, that was their full buy. So now it's a 3-0 start for RRQ, looking really, really good so far. And for SMG, they're only going to have pistols to work with in this round. No ults to try and compensate for it either. And it's going to have to come down to the gunplay again with SMG on the back foot.
Good conversion, though, for that bonus round coming in from RRQ's side. And you could definitely see how us here. And so far, it hold down and really held down B side completely from the round that we saw a while ago. The camera placement on this as well, really good control, really good info given by Nabsky here. So far, no pushes coming in from SMG side, but this might merit anytime soon as they try to push in forward. Ayumi and the paint shells connect Alexi, though, to get on the trade.
1-for-1 once again here in the open, though. It's gonna be Nabsky as that smoke goes down. Alexi able to find a second kill with the Sheriff, a possible upgraded rifle as well for one of her teammates. And SMG, they push in a little bit more towards CT. The White Swing is there, and Best there for the trade immediately. It's still Kohibi, though, tucked away into the corner, looking to do the damage. To find one kill, though, and now it comes down to a 1v1. Kamiyu against, it's gonna be Oluka, and the headshot, it comes through with the Sheriff. SMG, they win their first round with just pistols. Absolute insanity throughout, and that's why you can't really underestimate the squadron. Just the aim that they have, the way they're able to position themselves, all of that. Alexi smoke and RQ. And another here down Kohaibi. It's just thought to overcome the SMG we're holding throughout that round. So excellent start to come out of RQ, but SMG, they finally seem to have found some kind of footing in this map.
How that aim they will through, especially with the shots that they made here. But it's around for SMG, and still that advantage. More careful now. Iceberg to control mid yet again, but smoked off by this Omen smoke. They do re-smoke mid as well, but it seems like SMG wants to clear that out. Take map control and take mid control away from RRQ.
A lot of utility gonna be dumped back here, forcing SMG at least back a little bit towards mid. Still, it looks like they want to reposition towards B, where Bess is tucked away in the corner, playing Paranoia at the ready the moment the sound cues are heard, so she will still be able to play around her own smoke. The push itself is finally coming in, and an area on site as sharp as ever to find 2 opening kills to open the site up. SMG, they take full control here. Shirazi with yet another kill as she jumps in, and she's gonna be a couple of players left for the RRQ side. Iceberg at least able to find that first opening kill, but immediately traded out by Kaguya, who towards CT takes down Navsky to boot. And SMG, it seemed like that pistol win in that previous round, the Thrifty, was what they needed to really wake up here, because that kind of execute, that's more of what we're used to seeing from this team.
I feel like for SMG right now, it's more about trying to learn how RRQ plays the map and feel the map. And to that point, we're seeing a little bit more of an aggressive positioning coming in from SMG. They're more than happy to take space and control now compared to the rounds we've previously seen before. And RRQ, this merits a timeout coming in from them. We started off nicely. And for RRQ side, it seems like SMG catches up quite quickly as well from the rounds that we've seen. So far, though, for RRQ, they do have that showstopper to play around with for the next round, and they do like playing that retake scenario, especially with Ayumi's utility, how she controls and how she diverts the attention. Not only that, pushes away or pushes SMG away from positioning or key positioning that they want to take.
Yeah, I think that Ayumi has been great, not just today's game, but throughout this entire tournament. I think she has been one of those star players for that RRQ Kaguya side on the duelist role. And I think that, like our panel did mention in the beginning, a lot of pressure often falls onto her shoulders to keep things going, to keep RRQ in it. And I think even if you look at the games that RRQ went through in that lower bracket, she's always on top of that scoreboard. Sometimes, of course, you have Navsky coming in clutch like yesterday, but more often than not, it's just the Ayumi show coming in. And we're going to have to be seeing more of that today if RRQ want to keep this one competitive. SMG now opting to go in for some mid control once again. Their straightforward hits on A seem to be kind of just a thing that they step back into later. They prefer to play slow, at least in the beginning of the map, and you can see the effect that it has on RRQ. It kind of makes them a little bit confused as to where exactly they want to position themselves. Aluka, now that only player towards B Heaven, does have a tripwire to play off of here, and SMG, they look to take first contact here as they push inside already. Kaguya spotting out the player in the corner, uses the cage to find a kill along with Shirazi, and Shirazi to find 2 openers. Aluka finally gets a trade back here, falling back towards CT, but SMG, they have the site.
Once they get control, once they get the intel on how many people and who are the people who are watching that cross, they know how to take it away from RRQ side. They do have that showstopper like we mentioned a while ago, Zach. Still doable for a retake scenario here, a 4v3. Perhaps for Camu, she might find one actually. That's gonna be the drop to hell. And SMG completely dismantling the defense that RRQ has here.
Just absolutely taking them apart. And even for RRQ, they were already at that numbers disadvantage in that 3v4 after these 2 kills from Shirazi. But the fact that Shirazi had the Viper's Pit after that, she just puts it down. to hold on to the spike plant itself and the remaining crossfire between Kohaibi as well as Kaguya towards main. There's just no way for RRQ to really channel in through it. Now it's going to be their economy that's in the downturn here. 5 sheriffs across the board. They do have a lot of those ults still to work with, like you mentioned, but I think it's going to come down to whether they can get these kills initially in those confrontations. Again, it's going to be SMG to try and take some mid pressure off the back of those pain shells, but now that they've conditioned mid and B so thoroughly, it's just going to be to rotate over towards A instead, and you can already see that their strategy, it's bearing fruit because all of the players from RRQ, they're just stacked over towards B.
They're probably gonna notice soon enough that there's gonna be no one on to be main. Though I do like this 5-man rotation that RRQ is planning to do, the strength in numbers and possibly taking advantage of the trade-offs that they can actually get. But this already merits the push coming in from SMG's side. A is very open for the taking, and this is the ult that has been popped. No one to see though, as no one is on site as well. RRQ all the way from the flank, and 2 to split out here on Vents.
Vents, that first point of contact here. Shirazi lying in wait, a little bit slow on the trigger. Rare for her, but still tags up Best quite a bit. It's just a game of who will peak first, and Shirazi finally takes out Best here. That's the first kill to go in SMG's favor. You can see the crossfire is just tearing apart these players from RRQ. Aluka and Natsuki go towards main, able to find at least a couple kills for themselves. Now just Aluka left in a 1v3. Spike already down. The rest of the SMG squad, they know her position and they shut her down to boot. And SMG, they steal the lead back 4-3 right now. And I think that what really has been working for them so far is just how they're cycling around the map, playing for its control. Like this round, for example, even when they knew they had A side completely empty, you don't see them passively hanging back. They take up so much space for free towards A heaven, and it's just that constant SMG attitude, right? How much more can you get? How much pushing can I do with and get away with it? And they always seem to get away with so much.
It also reduces the impact of the flanks that we're seeing coming in from RRQ's side. They don't leave any gaps open for a retake scenario to actually happen here. And SMG, when it comes to post-plant position, they're a little scary to actually take control of. They know when to trade off, they know when to peek. They also know and kind of understand the rotation that RRQ is making. That's going to be the flash and the paint shells to the face. It's going to be that low HP as well, but this is Aluka stuck in a position that she doesn't want to be in. But that's going to be the cross not being set up for her. Aluka to go down, only able to take one here as Best tries to go away because of that ult from the Cypher. And Neural Death has been used. They know exactly where the position might be for RRQ's side, and SMG opting for that repositioning.
They also did hurt the operator, I think, from Ayumi on that B side, so not really something that they want to try and contest here. They do make some kind of sprays towards mid, an attempt at least to smoke out the position of a player possibly, but instead it's going to be Iceberg to immediately break that tripwire and make it clear that mid is still quite aggressively guarded. 30 seconds left. SMG now looking to regroup towards this A site instead of this 3v4. Only going to be the Cypher hanging around this area. Natsuki with the camera and the one-way looking to do some damage, but again the awareness is there from Shirazi. She finds that kill, and that's going to make this A site look all the more juicy. Best the only player now towards CT, lying in wait. No showstopper really available to put down. In fact, it's just SMG waiting for the push, and they're immediately rewarded for that very patience. Ayumi, though, with the operator, finds that first kill, has a showstopper to boot to get the second, and now it's just down to Alexi in a 1v2 in the corner. Position not noted. She gets the first player. The trigger doesn't click. She sees both, and that's the clutch. Alexi to get SMG to 5. Absolute insanity to come out of this player. That's why she's the princess, and you do not mess with her on the server.
That trigger discipline, though, really taking away the round and stealing it away from RRQ's side. She knew there was someone who's going to be holding that cross on CT's side, but in the end, again, the discipline coming in from Alexi here secures the round for SMG. What could have been for RRQ? What a round indeed. SMG to take on the lead here, the double digit, or rather that 2-point scoreline, a big difference, and RRQ feeling a little less confident when it comes to the takes now.
RRQ, they won the first 3 rounds in a row. It was a great start by any means, but after that Thrifty, SMG have just been unstoppable here. 5 rounds in a row for them now, and they really show no sign of holding back to their defaulting ways. Now a couple of players hanging around mid, putting that initial pressure, at least showing their presence here. The second flash, though, isn't going to catch anything for that RRQ side information-wise, so they're still going to have to be a little bit cautious about how they play it. TP sound being made towards B main as well by Kaguya. Just SMG marking this B and mid area as they've been doing for so many of these rounds. However, there's some adaptation coming out of the RRQ side as well. Cypher utility being placed a little bit more early on for maybe Napsky to try and take that contact early on, but instead it's going to be a Neri to spot out the position of this player. Smokes come down to boot, and now it's just SMG trying to make their way onto site. 1-for-1 trade. Alexi finds a kill, but it's going to be the immediate refrag to come out. And Neri, though, still on site, willing to play Spoilsport, takes out Napsky, and now it's a 4v3 postman as the Spike is on site.
Spike is definitely on side. Kaguya to catch one as well. A good trade-off and a quick trade-off coming in from Iceberg from up above. 3v2 scenario. Kaguya very low on the HP as well. They could still clear this out. Perhaps check on the right side. That's going to be Kohibi shutting down one. Crossfire has been set. And the double trouble is definitely there. SMG to secure yet another point here on the first half. 6-3.
6 rounds in a row, they keep increasing, and they don't seem to be stopping here. RRQ once again in a little bit of an economic downturn here. And I think that what really SMG have been doing so well is holding down these choke points. The moment, even though RRQ tries to make a move early on, but the moment that they try to sweep into site, SMG is so often already lying in wait for them. And RRQ, they just seem to have no counter despite all the utility that's in their arsenal. They use a lot of it early on here for information as to where SMG is coming, and maybe because of that, in that post-plant retake attempt, they just don't have as much to work with. Now in an eco round, they still have the neural theft as well as the from the shadows. SMG with only a Seekers of their own, and RRQ, they look to get aggressive here, but still a couple of SMG players lying in wait. Shirazi already to find that first opening kill onto our Mika.
Napsky goes for that wide swing towards B main. The push coming in from the defense itself, but Iceberg not going to be successful on taking anyone here. Instead, completely shut down. Now down to a 5v2 scenario. Alexi does still have that Seekers, but not quite sure if she's going to use that, as they do have that advantage as well when it comes to the guns and economy-wise. Ayumi, she still has some utilities to play around here. Does the paint shell, there is the boom bop, but she has to pass through Kaguya first.
Kaguya is just holding down the fort, doesn't really want to give RRQ any more of these kills, and again, just the discipline to come out of SMG. They're just so careful to hold down their post plants and not really give away too many shots for RRQ to try and take the round here. And RRQ themselves, with the 2 players that are remaining, it seems like they've opted to just try and pass away to the Spike here instead of letting SMG farm up on any more of these crucial ults. They're only 1 off of the Neural Theft, 1 off of the Viper's Pit as well. So a lot to work with in this next round if they can get control of an ult orb or 2. But talking about SMG, I think that they're back to their winning ways, and again, they're a team that's very heavily momentum focused. So RRQ letting them win like 7 rounds in a row, it's just letting them get away with murder at this point.
They do look more confident now compared to the 3 rounds that RRQ was able to take away from them. And I do believe that it's more of SMG first trying to map out where the agents or where the positions of where are the positions of the players of RRQ and who handles the site itself and what are the loopholes that they can pass through. And once they figure that out, like you said, that momentum just pushes through, and we're seeing multiple rounds after rounds being taken away, stolen away in the hands of RRQ. Now SMG, they do just want to try and lurk out players here. Not only that, wait for some pushes if there are some players. Exactly what happened to Aluka, Bess, and the others a while ago. But this is the flash settling in, the peak coming in, and that's going to be a Yumi shutting down one. Good for trade, though. It's just a 1-to-1 there in a 4v4 scenario. They do use that Seekers and the Neuro Def just to make sure where everyone is. But there's still no follow-up entry coming in from SMG. You might be actually seeing a rotation if they actually take control here on Heaven.
Yeah, Kohibi and the squad fighting for that very heaven control here. You can just see them hoping for another RRQ push to come out, but instead RRQ, they know what areas of the map are safe and which ones aren't, so they're just opting to fight for that site control instead. Like you mentioned now, SMG pivoting for a rotate
30
through
seconds
mid
left.
to possibly that B site. Still gonna be a Cypher in position there. Also, the from the shadows towards B main for some extra information. And now that that doesn't spot anything, it seems like SMG, they're gonna be able to make it to that B site for free. Cam finally from Napski to find the cue that, alright, B-side is where that execute is coming. Viper's Pit comes down. It covers everything, the entire site completely gone here. And just like that, SMG, they take side control again and leave it in a 4v4.
Shirazi really good at handling the flanks here, the lyrics that they have, to a point where she has a Viper Spit yet again in this round. And for the meantime, RRQ needs to break down the defensive walls coming in from the post plant itself. Kohibi just waiting patiently inside. She sees one that's Aluka, they know, and they already mentioned that it's gonna be on the right side, but they still couldn't figure out how to shut down the last or some of the players here on the pit. Best left alone. 4v1 scenario. This is going to be difficult as all of the SMG players are waiting out. They know she's going to be on that spike, and the pre-fire settles the deal for the side of SMG as Alexis secures that round. 8-3,
in the
and
half.
so far it's just been continuous here, Zach, for SMG.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a slow start. RQ had a great way to start open out of the gate there, but SMG, they were just quick to find their comfortable place again on this map. And since that moment, they've just been absolutely slaying out here. The entire squad, of course, popping off when it comes to that numbers game. And while in area maybe 3 and 9, that's less it's more because everybody else is finding those impactful kills. So I think that for SMG, definitely the work that they've put in this year, it's coming to fruition here. Only 3 maps wins away from making it to Sao Paulo for sure. So I think that for Inari especially, it's super important because she mentioned in one of the interviews last year that her dream was to represent APAC at an international level, and she really was hoping to do that last year. It wasn't her time, but this year it certainly seems to be SMG's time along with her. So this could be their moment to shine. They've been shining throughout the year, let's be real, but it all comes down to this best of 5 and who wins it to see whose year-end goals will be matched for sure.
But I do want to point out that despite like all the players shining through, we know that there's that certain perception towards Alexi and Inari and some of their explosive plays. And speaking of explosive, Inari is ready to catch up on that. Kohibi to shut down one, and Ayumi goes away for this map or for this round right now. 5v3 scenario. They pick up on Aloka as well. The 2 remaining players here for RRQ's side. This is the buy round that they have, and it seems like they're losing control of the site itself. Even that retake scenario, they just couldn't find the kills. SMG, they play hide and seek here, and they're too good at it.
Just so much control. There's just no real way for RRQ to even try to make a retake happen. It was 9 straight rounds for SMG to end the half 9-3 in their favor. However, before you switch sides, let's see what our panelists have to say, because this half, it was a roller coaster.
Oi boy, Tash, this looks like SMG is just ready to steamroll this series. They are on a roll right now, and I feel like it's also because RRQ, there were some positioning misses, I think, like from RRQ. Like there were some over-eager retakes that we saw from them on the defending side, right? I think that like SMG, for example, they're playing a lot into RRQ's curiosity. It's kind of like curiosity killed the cat, or like hunger for picks, because I think it was like there was one round where an SMG just stayed in like garage and B, yet they were able to pick 2 from RRQ, and that's instantly numbers advantage for SMG.
I think personally for SMG, it's all about understanding how RRQ plays. We saw the first 3 to 4 rounds was RRQ's game because SMG was trying to understand what exactly RRQ was trying to bring to the table. And once they did, they understood how exactly to play the take game. Now, what makes it so good for SMG is that they're willing to separate and play together, but still. Look at how exactly SMG takes B side. B side is 2 playing inside of garage, and 3 very, very aggressive players. Kohide be Aneri as well as Alexi coming in to take up the site. And their timings are just so good. So when they take a site, it's almost like a pincer from Haven as well as Min. And the same can be said about a site. Now for RRQ, because they're not too sure where exactly as SMG was going to pop up, they are a little bit separated. They get caught off guard, and we don't really see those sort of like set plays or playing together like we see from SMG. Regardless, 2 seconds to go. Let's see what the second half will bring to the table.
Thank you very, very much, Mika and Tash. Indeed, let's see what the second half does bring to the table here, because RRQ, they're a couple of rounds behind, but they've been in this position before. So if they have to come back, it starts with this pistol here. Split, it's always been a pretty defender-sided map, so it's a little rough that SMG, they're going to be the ones on defense this time. But hey, you never know. Yumi, she's been having a pop-off game. Pop-off games, in fact, over the last few days. So if she can wake up on this attacking side, it might be what RRQ need to jump back into this.
Not only that, but we are also, for Napski, the traps that she set up here, it seemed like didn't catch anyone along the way once the rounds were going through on that first half. Well executed read coming in from SMG. And even, or if you can remember, this one round where they play around the smoke of the Viper, even trying to peek on that little gap and securing kills out away from there. Those little differences it makes and the small gaps that we are looking at can be that game changer that they needed or they truly need. Anyway, this pistol round will, at least for RRQ, will be very important for them to have that little bit of a spark to make a comeback happen.
They are positioned outside B, but like you mentioned, they gotta spark things, set themselves a little bit more on fire to come alive, really, on this map, because he's been trying to walk through the Viper utility already. Ayumi to start things off here, satcheling into Aneri to find those kills. However, it's Shirazi for the trades here. A couple of kills for her before Navsky finally takes her out in SMG. They have the numbers advantage. The lurk from Iceberg kicking in as well, and it's just gonna come down to Hybe. A 1v3 for her, but this time around, it's gonna be best to find the kill instead. An important win for RRQ, and they played that super well. I think one of the things that Tash brought up during the panel was the togetherness that really came out from the SMG side, how the players were always covering each other, and you could really see that in this round from RRQ as well. Even though the trades, they were a little bit slow sometimes, they were still nevertheless there, and the fact that they were able to keep control of the side and prevent SMG from sweeping on it and finding those insane clutches that we so often see them individually pull off, I think RRQ, they're going to be happy about that.
And Iceberg just having also that perfect timing for the lurk as well helped them a lot. But the peak, the swing, the dry peak from Aneri, they catch that. RRQ secures the first kill here towards Aneri. No more pain shields, no more worry about boom bots or anything like that. But again, you can expect that, especially in this kind of scenario where you're only handling sheriffs. You wanna get that peeker's advantage to try and punish someone, but instead they get punished back. Camu taking a little bit of a damage on that snake bite. Good hold here coming in from the side of SMG, but nevertheless, Iceberg secures the double. 4v2 scenario, Kohaibi fighting for her life on the side, and RQ, I think they realized that we could just hyper-rotate. We know exactly who's gonna be here, or fake that out and try to sell out that fake rotate.
Kwaibi, though, still watching, able to take out
1
Iceberg
HP.
to boot. Yeah, 1 HP, and she's still alive and running, possibly looking to give her teammate the gun now towards Heaven. She's gonna do some more damage to Best to boot, bringing her down to 10 HP, and now it's just up to Gohaibi. Sorry, Shirazi. How much more can she really find here? 1v3 for her to try and close out. She knows where the spike itself is. Camera on site somewhere hasn't spotted her out, so she might at least be able to find some exits here. But in a 1v3, seems like there's just not much that she and the rest of SMG can really do here. Could make it a bit more expensive. It was an equal round for them. But aside from that, it's just going to be RRQ to find themselves a 5th on the board here. And again, you do see that aggression to come out of them. Really quick executes on this B site after making sure that SMG aren't pushing out. And I think they're just starting to really find that conditioning here. First though, it's going to be Shirazi to do a lot of damage, bringing down Aluka to 11 HP, but not able to complete the kill. And just like that, RRQ, they win their anti-eco and hold on to 3 of their guns.
Good discipline coming in from RQ side as well. They know they have that post plant set up. They know the HP of the remaining players as well from SMG side, and holding down the fort, one controlling B main and a high-low setup towards backside just secures the round for them, even if Shirazi decides to peek or push out. SMG 9-5 right now, and this is a pattern that we're seeing. It seems like they're having RRQ get this first initial wins, this first initial rounds, until they truly understand and make those adjustments happen, and that's the time they bounce back and punch and wrestle back.
RQ now, like with the adjustments that you talked about, looking for some mid presence instead. They've been working on the B side a lot in the previous couple of rounds, so now pivoting over towards A seems to make sense to them. But SMG, they still have their Cypher set up on this A side, along with Alexi playing here as well. The Guiding Light is gonna find that early information here. The Tripwire though, it's gonna catch a Yumi at least temporarily. Maybe not quick enough to find that kill, and she will be forced to just hold from CT here. A full 5-on-5 retake is what we're looking at as RRQ. They take the site without too much ado. SMG, those they still maintain heaven control, so they might be able to push in through multiple channels here. They spot out Napski to boot towards main, and they're gonna be able to push her off the angle. In fact, Arneri, to be caught out near Sewers, will be forcing them to move around, and the remainder of SMG squad, they try to go in, but best towards elbow with a Spectre. She finds both kills here. The remainder of SMG, they try to flood in through main here. Alexi able to find the first. Shirazi and Alexi with a couple more as well, and now it's just one more player on site. Oliver with the ghost to find the damage here. Now it's just Arneri versus the world.
No way.
Has a classic in hand. She has to try and push it out, and she gets it. This is why Arneri is the queen of APAC. All she needs is a free gun, and Arneri will find the defuse to bring SMG to 10. Absolute insanity. How do you win that?
I know! Such a mishap there. And Navsky completely pushed out from that positioning that she had a while ago. This perfectly timed smoke coming in from Best to secure that first 2 kills that we have. But how? How can Ineri get away from this? From a classic versus... What was that, a Bulldog?
I think it was a Phantom. Or no, it was a Spectre, sorry. I'm not
It
sure
was a
actually,
Spectre, but that
Bulldog or
was
Spectre, whatever.
literally
she was
one
playing
hit.
HP.
But anyway, it happens to the best of us. SMG to take on the round instead. Might be a little typing of MB. Nice try and everything else. But RQ,
like
they
my
need to
game
make this look a little bit cleaner on their end. But it's not yet the end of the world for that round. This is a double-digit score, though, for SMG's side. And it might start off, yet again, that spark that we saw from that first half.
Yeah, they were able to win, what was it, 9 rounds in a row? Again, though, it's going to be RQ pushing to heaven here. Really nice flash. Still, Shirazi able to find the kills, both in fact coming through, and the trades to boot. So now Shirazi going to be the only player sort of positioned on this A site. That's not the additional backup coming in here. The lurk from Iceberg, it could have been the round changer there, but instead it's going to be Kaguya to take her down. 2v3 situation might gonna be planted on this east side here, and Napski and Best trying to play together in this 2v3 situation. They really want to try and find an early advantage here. You can already see them trying to take CT control, and they do have it. Best at first point of contact, and Eri needs to be able to clear this out to make this retake look a little bit more viable. She's being so patient here. The timing, you see Best pull out the smokes, and it's just gonna be a trade to come in. Shirazi with 3, the control of heaven strong, and SMG, they find 11.
The distraction, the space being created for Ineri to lurk around and get that 2 free kills and take away the win yet again if in the hands here of RRQ. We do have to say, though, they always actually get the site for that post plant. Just so happens here as well that they do have that triple stack towards heaven that you just couldn't bring back or bring down. That walls are too high for them to take, and RQ might be going for that little timeout that they truly need at this moment. They do have utilities to really use up here as well and really secure a round, because there's literally no more space to make mistakes at this point. SMG is just 1 point away from match point that we have for map number 1, and RQ, speaking of utilities here, Zach, they do have a neural def Seekers available. They do have the TP from Best as well. But one thing's for sure, this one orb, Ayumi, that needs to get, I think she will be able to take it away and make a plan and map something out of it.
Yeah, like you mentioned, RRQ, they have to buck up big time. It's go big or go to the next map because SMG, like you mentioned, only 2 rounds away from locking in their map pick here. RRQ, they're going to have a full buy, and this is their last chance to try and keep this map going. They really don't want to let SMG get to match point and not have any money to try and contest it either. They do have the ults to, like you mentioned, I think Ayumi, if she can pick up that ult orb, have that showstopper to create that space starting off, it might be what they need. But SMG now, they're looking to go on the aggressive here towards this B side. Paranoia comes out, Kaguya able to find that first opener off the back of it, and Eri now looking to provide some additional backup here. Finds that first kill, pulls the showstopper out, but Aluka's there for the trade. Showstopper not gonna find anything. Still, the SMG, they come out of that engagement with the numbers advantage, 4-3.
They want to fight for that orb as well, that orb control, the hyper awareness coming in from SMG that they might want to take this away. And now that Ayumi's out and done with, she wouldn't be able to use that showstopper for this round. Kamiyu, she's spotted out by the neural depth that has been used. Aluka still has the Seekers available, might be popping that soon. The flash settling in, no one to hide in. That's gonna be Kamiyu going down. Seekers being taken away as well. 2v1 scenario here. Shirazi only has a judge to take cover with, but she picks up a Phantom in a 2v1. Snakebite. Actually a little damage towards Aluka. She spots her out. There's still someone on backside. Shirazi, she wants to play for a pick-off here, but RQ just holding out on that crossfire angle that they're trying to punish. Last remaining player, double swing coming in from RQ. Well executed, well decided. They take the round. Well, anyway, coming in from this replay as well. And when it comes to RRQ just handling on those post plants, we do see situations here that in a 2v1, it must be difficult for them to really control and make something happen, especially if you don't have any access to other manpower that you can use up to try and squeeze them out, pincer them out, and make them reposition themselves. And RQ, at least for the time being, they know what they should do on post-plant situations like this. But anyhow, it's already that technical pause coming in as well. It's not going to be game changers unless we see one, right? But, of course, again, for the time being, for anyone who's watching and tuning in right now, this is just the first game that we have for this best of 5 series. It's the grand finale, and the winner for this best of 5 series will actually take home the trophy, being the representative of Asia Pacific in our Game Changers Championship. That will be in Sao Paulo, Brazil. 6-11, and so far SMG, it seems like they're a little bit of a stoplight here in trying to take that match point away from RQ side.
Taking it away, and it's getting so much more difficult here. RQ finally showing some signs of life to be able to finally put SMG in a little bit of an economic downturn. Still though, SMG, they have that match point really just rolling up here, and we've seen the kind of damage they can do on these eco rounds in the past as well, so definitely a possibility. RRQ though still holding strong. They expect this push up, but Shirazi still finds the advantage here for that first kill, and the awareness again from SMG to use out that flash, make sure that there's not a crossfire, and if there is to break it, it's gonna let them retrieve that rifle and fall back. And Eri now with that hero vandal in hand.
They do have that. They also have money for the next round anyway. So it wasn't much of a risk to buy off one or buy a hero vandal here. Nevertheless, RQ creeping up to the side. They do have the spike with them as well. And this would merit a plan. Merit a plan coming in from Aluka as well. They do clear out Heaven. Setups coming in from Kohaibi to clear out some angles here. SMG, they're bound to make a retake happen, but They have to cross Iceberg first. That's going to be the first kill coming in. The second, good for 2, but Iceberg to go down. They pick up on that Bulldog as well. 3v3 scenario now with better gun in play. Nabsky sees one. That's Kohibi. It's a battle of that Cypher, and Kohibi stands tall upon it. 2v1 situation, and SMG, despite the disadvantage that we have, seems like it's still doable for them.
Just Kohibi in a 1v2, but the clock, it's already ticked out so far, so it's just gonna be her trying to find these exits. She gets the first and the second, at least. SMG, they make it expensive for RRQ here, but RRQ to still find that 7th round on the board, really narrowing that gap. Now only 4 rounds stand between them and tying things up with SMG, and they still have that showstopper and Viper's Pit up ready for that next round. That said though, like you mentioned, Tayrawr, they really did the damage here to be able to take out all of these RRQ weapons, really make sure that they're just not gonna have the ability to really build up that bank. They're still gonna be able to afford a buy, but it's going to be a bit damaged because you can already see the half farmer coming through on 4 players, the Bulldogs on 3 of them. SMG they did their job in that round, even if they weren't able to win it.
Economy is really not in the favor here of RRQ. But what do we say? A round is a round, right? Now with the showstopper not connecting RRQ, this will stop them to their toes, especially here towards Heaven. Shirazi already good for 2. Alexi to pop her ult as well, just to make sure that they push out the remaining players here from RRQ's side. They do pull out the Trailblazer. Is it gonna spot anyone? They still have that Cypher Cages as well to play around with. Alexi just trying to hide behind it, but giving that sign key away. They know there's still gonna be one city, Heaven, and they want to be careful about it as well. Trailblazer still bites Nabsky.
Yeah, Alexi now playing well and far back here, trying to be safe and ensure that she doesn't go down to some kind of unfortunate circumstance. And you can see that RRQ are really just trying to find that entry pick before they go onto site, pushing for CT. In fact, Alexi towards spawn, able to find the first, the second as well. Almost a 3k for her, but Best, she finds the refrags, and now it's Best versus the world. A 1v5 that she will have to ace clutch out to win it. Surrounded on every side here, and there's just nothing she can do as Kohibi mows her down. That's match point for SMG here, 12-7, and they make their full buy really work out.
Full buy settles in, and SMG, especially the hold towards that Heaven control coming in from SMG's side, really pushing away the players of RRQ. If that showstopper actually connected to at least one of the players of SMG, might have been a different story, but they couldn't create that space on Heaven, and with that, we are looking at a match point from SMG's side. Ultimate-wise, they do have a neural def available on the side of RRQ. At least they have that Viper's Pit. If they can set up a good post plan here, might be a really, or it can be that clear of a round.
Yeah, post plans, it's gonna be important for sure for RRQ. They haven't really been able to take the side in the first place in a lot of these rounds, however, to set that post plans up at all. But Iceberg with the Viper's Pit, that might be the win condition for this particular round, and SMG, they're aware of it. You can again see the change of pace to come out of them. They like to get aggressive in a lot of these rounds where they're economically at a bit of a disadvantage, but now that they have the weapons in their pocket, they just really don't want to make any mistakes. In fact, and they're gonna be given a judge here to hold on to on that B side of the map, and it's gonna be an A push to start things off here. Kohibi still on site playing anchor, will be surrounded in both Heaven as well as towards main, so it's gonna come down to her anchoring skills really on this side as the push comes through. She does have some aid available, but despite the flash, it's going to be a Yumi to find that first kill. Immediate trade to come in from Alexi, though she gets surrounded on site and Best moves her down. Numbers back to even footing as Shirazi finds a kill onto Best, and now it's just a 3v3.
A Yumi go kill. That's what RQ is saying and telling her right now. 3v3, like you said. They do want to take control of Elbow here. Might pop out on the judge. That's going to be that double kill, and Aries looking for a 3v1 scenario now, and Shirazi to finish everything off and everyone off. SMG securing the first game that we have right here. A little hug from the princess herself and the queen, Neri, and the rest of the team. That's only the first game that we have right here, Zahk, and SMG seems like the game plan truly worked. The protocols, the whole guidebook on how to play split, they've read it up.
I don't know if they read it up. It seems like they're writing it at this point. But yeah, that was an almost perfect game to come out of SMG. Even though they started slow, they had the 0-3 start, they lost the bonus, they won the thrifty, and it was just a green light all the way after that. I think in the second half, RRQ did show some signs of resurgence, but overall, it was just such a strong showing to come out of SMG, and it really makes you understand why they're 33-0 when it comes to their win record for the year. But it is a best of 5. It's a marathon, not a short race. But before we talk about the rest of the maps, let's see what our panel has to say about that explosive map number 1.
I mean, Zach, if you're talking about marathons, 32-0 is a pretty good, it's a pretty good stat for a marathon indeed. But Tash, so many moments in that series just made my jaw drop, made me think like, what am I watching? Wait, hold on, did that really happen? And it just goes to show what we're in for this entire afternoon, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot more plays like that. But just off the bat, I mean, SMG, again, pulling in the teamwork to just take this map, right? Not too bad though from RRQ, I have to say. They did take it to 7-13, I believe that was the last score. So I don't think this was bad for RRQ. I just feel like there were some unfortunate moments where I guess the teamwork from SMG just really came out on top.
This is a really funny situation because it seems like both teams seem to struggle on defense, but on attack side, they seem to have their protocols in check. Now, let's talk a little bit about the MVPs for both teams here, the controllers. Now, when we talk about SMG, for Shirazi, why exactly she was given the MVP here is mostly her hold and her anchors. She knows how to play, how to hold, but even then, it's not really like a hero play. It's just more of how she and Camille, I don't know if you've noticed, but their sort of like play style is going to be Camille will always be with Shirazi, Alexi will always be with the Neri, and Kohabi will kind of like split in, kind of choose whether or not she wants to play with them or play alone. Now, on defense side, I think that what makes SMG a little bit more, I would say a little bit more shaky is that RRQ likes to play a little bit more slower, at least toward the last few rounds. What RRQ wanted to do was to see what would happen if RRQ denies information, if RRQ plays a little bit slower. And the answer is SMG will get curious. As Quack said, curiosity kills the cat. And that's exactly what happened to SMG, I think, for like 2 rounds, where we saw Aneri and Alexi sort of go in for the flank, and then RRQ punishes them and catches them off guard. But in a lot of situations, you never see this happen more than once for SMG. As they play, we can sort of see them grow and understand and really learn how to digest how exactly RRQ plays. It's almost like the more they play with RRQ, the more they understand. And also on top of that, Shirazi, not only is she a good shot, she's also understanding on when exactly she should take these fights. And when it comes to taking fights, Shirazi understands whether or not she should go all in and go in for the defuse, or even just try and play for picks. Sara's the same thing we saw from Kohabi as well. And I think another interesting stat I really want to share with you is, despite that this map being the map chosen by SMG, RRQ won all the pistols on this map, which really gave them, I would say, that snowball effect, especially toward the second half, to come back. Because if not, I think they may not have found their confidence to just sort of go away again. And again, I really want to highlight here, if anything, for this map in particular, not only is it SMG's pick, but also the way they play. Their protocols when it comes to playing together, their understanding when exactly to leave sight and when exactly to let it be is very important. In one round, I think it was round number 11. It was a really good opening by RRQ, 5-man mid, where they got full control of Haven, and the problem was they're not able to convert that round because they don't know where exactly SMG is. Should we explode onto site and get crossfired, or should we go and find them? And that's what SMG brings to the table. Regardless, I think that will be the end for Series 1. Yeah, Mika?
Yeah, that is the end for map number 1. We are going into Haven up next. Another strong map for SMG. So we're going to see if RRQ is up to this challenge right after this very quick break.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the.
Welcome back to Game Changers APAC Elite. We are on to map number 2 after that not so surprising win by Team SMG. But as we mentioned, RRQ, not a bad showing at all for them actually on Split, right? We're gonna see on their map pick, which is going to be Haven Tash, if they do have a game plan for this to possibly take that very first map win against Team SMG for RRQ, right? Because they haven't taken one before.
I think the only time that I've really seen SMG sort of shake on Haven is when they went up against NWJ. And even then, when we interviewed them, I said, what was the problem here? Like, what exactly made you guys shake against NWJ when this has never happened to another team? And what Aneri said to me was that it felt like we were just too overexcited. We needed to take that time out to really collect our thoughts and be back in our bodies once again instead of playing a little bit too aggressively. And I think that is something that we saw from SMG for a lot of time in the earlier of the year. They're very aggressive. They like to play very fast. They have too much fun. And yeah, I think that with this new mindset comes through, it really puts that discipline on them to allow themselves to not overextend or take unnecessary fights or deaths. And speaking of that, as we go into Haven, while RRQ did pick this map, I feel like for RRQ, they understand how exactly to play on this map. This 3-side map gives them a lot of space to work with. We have Napsky, who likes playing the lurk, who is so good at catching people in the mid rotations. She's also really adept at getting these multi-kills and playing in these choke corners, which I feel like will be so good for her to play on either B or even Garage. And I think it would be like her best situation to be in. And on top of that, when we talk about Ayumi as well, talk about her, I would say, space taking. When we talk about A long and C long, is I think where she would truly thrive because she's so adept at making those movements with the satchels matter, especially on arrays. I would love to see her on a jet once again, but I don't think we've seen her on a jet for quite some time. I do understand why the potential that you can get from arrays, on top of that, the nerfs coming into the jet as well, might be a factor. And on top of that, the pain shells. I think Ayumi yesterday showed us one of the best, I would say, pain shell kills that we have seen so far throughout the entire tournament. On top of that, if you remember yesterday as well, Ayumi with those satchels is what I want to highlight. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember, but she had one of the most insane aces where she used her satchel to move out of the hitbox of the enemy's showstopper and then go for that ace as well. So I think in terms of arrays movement, she might be one of the top for me here in Asia Pacific Game Changers.
The very memorable ace that was for you, right, Tash?
Yeah,
Because,
I was
we're
half
co-streaming
asleep, but I
this.
woke up, man.
You were like, what? But yeah, that ace was just so beautifully set up. It's like all of the utility was just laid out in front of Ayumi. I do think that we could see her on the jet once again on this map though, because
Oh.
they do run that. And indeed,
Yeah, you're right.
we are getting this almost mirror matchup right here. Except that Team SMG are going for the double initiator and RQ are going for the double controller. So we are getting that Inari versus Ayumi on the jet instead of the Raze this time on Haven.
Okay, so for a lot of the analysts and coaches I've spoken to, they do say that right now the meta is the double controller, and I don't blame them. There's a lot of space taking that you can do with a controller. You don't have to be physically on the site itself if you want to take up that space and deny information. But for SMG, it does make sense for them to play with a double initiator because of their playstyle that is very, very aggressive. And I think I talk about this a lot when it comes to a breach. You want to be able to throw in that utility and swing in together, and that's exactly what I'm expecting from SMG.
This we've seen this work so well for both teams, but now that they are heading into Haven, we're gonna see which team comes out on top. Is it once again the continuation of the victory run for Team SMG, or can RRQ finally get this one? We'll find out as we step into Haven. Over to you guys, Tayrawr and Zahk.
Thank you so much, Mika and Tash. Really great points that you make about Haven in particular. Like you brought up, it's a 3-site map, so RRQ with that double controller lineup could hope to find a bit more space on the map itself. They kind of struggled in that regard when it came to their split attack, but Haven, I think this is a map that both of these teams, statistically, they're very well versed in. And personally, I'm just
everyone
here to
is.
watch the Ayumi versus Inari duel. Yeah, I don't like this map personally, but that's just
I like it because I play Killjoy and I can lurk around the map freely, especially catching people, transitioning, and trying to make a retake happen. And speaking of retake, it's also a map that is very good for retake scenarios, or actually your retake scenarios can truly shine. Now, we do have RRQ picking this map that we have right now, which is Haven. And for the time being, at least, we are going to be seeing a minimum of 3 games for today, right? So at least there's that space to reset, that space to make something even, and have those more rounds or more games to play at in this best of 5 scenario. Especially, it has a lot at stake. You have that APAC title, not only that, but also the slot going to Brazil.
Yeah, definitely just a lot on the line here for both of these teams. And SMG, they have that unblemished record this year as well. RRQ still not having taken a map off them. So the stakes are definitely looking high here for both of these teams. But for RRQ in particular, especially after their lower bracket stomp yesterday, they made it so far, and it would really hurt for them to go down in this grand final without even making a bit of a splash. SMG now the team to start off on attack here. On defense here. You can already see Aneri though taking up so much space towards C Long. Her as well as her teammate just able to push out, and that's a lot of information available for free that will trigger the rotation over towards this A side where there is full Friday lying in wait, trying to play contact with the turret, but instead it's just gonna be the kills coming for RRQ. A huge opener, and with that killjoy going down, this retake suddenly got so much harder.
Yumi taking up space way back even before SMG tried to pull out utility play here. Kohaibi to go down for the team. And this is already SMG setting up for that retake scenario. They do have an aftershock available. The flank settling in already. This can be big for Ineri. That's going to be that first kill. And again, you have an Astra to help you out. This would be SMG firing in and going in on the site itself. They're just trying to look for one more player, and that's Iceberg to be eliminated. SMG clean retake first round.
Excellent work, and like you talked about, it was all that flank coming in. You could see Alexi just waiting with the recon bolt to reveal whoever was on site as soon as an Aerie came around the corner along with Shirazi. So really nice shots to be found by SMG squad, but also just the awareness from them throughout that round as to the possible positioning of the RRQ players. They just demolished whatever semblance of a post plan RRQ were able to put up, and now SMG, off the back of that win, look to buy up fully 4 Spectres and a Marshal for Ineri. This time around, the spike once again heading towards this A side, but Ineri, she's going to be the one to take an aggressive position towards short here, looking to peek out, maybe find a kill or 2 with the help of this Marshal. And this angle, it's going to be so difficult for RRQ to expect or even clear it. It just seemed like that initial recon bolt doesn't catch anything. Ineri spots out that first player, and that's first blood again for SMG.
One hit delete as we are looking into a Marshal. And a team of RRQ, little bit of damage here already accepted towards them. Ayumi, 77 HP. They did invest on that heal coming in from Bess, but not used up right now. Not necessarily. But for the meantime, it's just SMG not making movements and not pushing forward. They know their strengths. They know that they can punch down and punish players who wants to make an entry happen. And they can still give space, as we can look at the mini-map as well. It seems like A is for retake scenarios, and they're prepared for that already. One might hop out. Oof, just a little bit of that difference, but Ineri is still holding down onto CT side.
Here.
RRQ not really looking to push into it too much. Finally, they make the play just as Ineri scopes out, so they're going to be able to get away with their life, but they'll have to be very careful about how they want to play this. You see the attempt from Ayumi to bring that classic into close range, but it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade on site. In fact, SMG, they'll just find all of these kills, even though Ineri goes down. She loses the Marshal, but SMG, they still find the round and make the trades viable here. 2-0 now, a great start coming out for SMG. At this bonus round, it could very well prove to be deadly because they're going to have all 4 of these Spectres, and Eri even has the possibility of upgrading, buying up here, or trying to pick up a Blade Storm if she can get a kill and an Ult Orb. A lot to work with for the side of SMG still. And in this full buy round for Kaguya, they might not have the ults, but at least with the rifles, they might be able to take advantageous duels.
Yeah, we'd have armors as well. And for SMG's side, we've seen it time and time again, even on the maps that they played out before. it might not be against RRQ, but Haven maps like this, they know that they can really utilize and maximize agents here, as you have Shirazi on an Astra that could really either smoke or pull someone. And you also have Alexi with her recon and the stuns coming in from Camu. So much possibilities to play around here, especially on a retake scenario. And SMG knows that advantage. They know that they can also really maximize those utilities, and they're playing around it. It's more of them not polishing this map anymore. They know it, and like you said, they wrote it. But this time, Flash settling in on the backside. Ayumi not successful in taking on a kill. Remember, it's a buy round for them, and so far they haven't gotten a pick for once. And Eri though to get another here. They know exactly where Napski is gonna be. The smoke dissipates, and that's gonna be Napski taking away a flawless round for SMG's side.
A flawless round despite RRQ's full buy as well. Just insanity to come out of SMG once again. You could see Shirazi just pincered in towards that backside, but she was just so calm in the way she played it. Kaguya with the backup flashes, of course, to ensure that Shirazi could hold down that position. And with that smoke coming down on site that she played around for herself, she's able to find a couple of kills on the site itself, denying RRQ the ability to take the site. And just like that, SMG, they convert the bonus this time around 3-0. Great start to come out of them. RRQ still gonna be able to scrape together a buy, it seems like, for this next round, but SMG, they're charging up these ultimates. Cosmic Divide only 2 away for Shirazi, and the Blaze Storm already available for Ineri. So they just have a lot more to work with, especially if you look at their economy. They just got free upgrades for the entire team. So that's just gonna be a nice solid 5k in the bank for almost all the players.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. That's what happened to the Vandal that the RQ had a while ago. To
Express delivery.
SMG really converting that bonus round that they had as well. And I do like this early call on the timeout coming in from RRQ. It might be the same scenario that we've seen from the first half in Split a while ago, where SMG, they seem to lose a grip of that first initial 4 rounds, 3 to 4 rounds, but then they make it back. They reset, they make something happen, they make plans out of it as well. And this could work out again in favor of RRQ, but that all depends on the next following rounds as they try on to take yet another one. Ineri, same positioning here towards sewers. She sees no one. With the help of that smoke also, that double smoke that RRQ is playing out, they can fully utilize that to their strength and hiding, and not only that, in really taking space. Ayumi sees one onto B Link, but no one really, as the Viper Orb still hops out there, really trying to distract them and delay as much.
Yeah, that Viper smoke, it's gonna make sure that Alexi clears out B site once again. Investing the drone this time around does spot out a player towards mid, although there's like no real way for SMG to convert on those kills. They're still gonna be holding this crossfire around B, and the spike itself, it hasn't really found much space along with the rest of the team. Now that RQ, they've worked on conditioning this mid kind of play in these last 2 rounds. They look to pivot towards A instead. SMG, they've been having a kind of retake the site for free policy that they've enforced so far on it. Still though, it's going to be just Ineri watching the cross all the way towards CT, looking to find these RRQ players as they finally make their move on the site. 20 seconds left, they have to get the spike down. It seems like there's no way for SMG to really deny this plan from coming in, but at least that's some chip damage that Alexi does with the shock darts.
Shock dart settled in, the double even used up, but one connected to say the least. They have that rest, or they have that healing capability coming in from Bess. The stun is already in there. No, Ineri already dashed in as well. Ayumi to hold down the fort here onto Hell. Good for 2, but then quickly traded out. 3v2 scenario. They have to make the post plan happen here, but it seems like they tapped on the spike, and debated is what it is for that paranoia. Kohaibi trying to lurk around and finding Iceberg is gonna be Alexi instead. A clean and very, very well executed retake yet again coming in from SMG here, Zach.
Yeah, they're just so methodical about the way that they really clear all of these angles here. Sure, Ayumi is able to find a couple, but the refrags, they come in good enough time to be able to make sure that diffuse does go through. And of course, I think the awareness coming out of Kohaibi in particular to be able to get that player down towards long, and her teammate making sure that despite the Viper post plants available, there's just no real way for Iceberg to put it into play, making it impossible for RRQ Kaguya to really do anything despite their buy in that round. And now it's once again going to be a bit of an economic downturn for the RRQ side. Still a couple of Spectres to work with. Ayumi won off of the Blade Storm here. And because of this, they look to make that quick execute into this B site. No utility really available to stall them from coming in. But the problem with B site is that it's just so easy to retake, especially if you don't have space on other parts of the map. And with SMG holding down all of these links here, you can see Ayumi pushing forward with the ult or the Spectre, and she finds that kill onto Kohaibi, so that's the upgrade that they need. In fact, it's going to be given to Best here. The flame coming in full swing. Camille finds Iceberg, but still a 4v4.
Flashes are going to be huge here, especially coming in from Camille, but that's going to be Aluka catching her instead. Blade Storm out for them, and RRQ successfully takes B side, successfully takes the round, and aside from that, even a bonus operator in their hands as well.
Nothing like a free gun, but great round and calling to come out of RRQ's side. Like, if you take that B site, you have to be sure that you confirm your take on one of the lanes as well, whether it's towards Garage or C-Link or A-Link, and Ayumi just pushing out that far and finding that kill onto Kohaibi also gave the side of RRQ an additional gun to work with, so it made that round look much more viable. Like you mentioned, now Operator in Ayumi's hands. This could either be really great if SMG make a mistake early on and let her find a kill, or it could make things more difficult for RRQ because Ayumi is that sole space taker on the team, and with her kind of being pinned down by this Operator, it's gonna make their job to get onto site just a little bit harder.
That's the question, right? If they make a mistake, and so far SMG making little to none mistake at all here in the rounds that we're looking at, but it can be huge if they get a pick off here on that Operator. But it seems like SMG, they're not really keen on giving info and giving intel where there might be. Kamiyu, she's playing around with someone here, and that's Bess. Bess already creeped up on A-Link as well. Kohaibi spots her out. They take on the first kill. Iceberg already creeping up as well. They're not aware of this location. They might be caught off guard. Kamiyu to go down, but Kohaibi very quick on her toes to get that trade happen. And 4v3 scenario, RRQ loses one or having that disadvantage when it comes to the manpower. But indeed, they have the Blade Storm on Ayumi anyway if they want to really go in on a side quickly.
They still do. Like you mentioned, the Operator also there, and they already have their A site available for free. They've read SMG's plays perfectly. 15 seconds now left on the clock, and SMG already look to aggress here, but Ayumi there for the punish with the Operator. Now looking to find some more with the Blade Storm in this 3v3. Still gotta be detected out here. She goes jumping, looking for the kills. It's gonna come down to how well her and Aluka can really hold down this crossfire. Alexi though finds the opener. Immediate refrag there from Ayumi, and now it's just gonna be an area versus the world. Ayumi finds that first kill, 2 HP left. Has to somehow find the second one, but Alexi, picture perfect as always. A triple for Sova and SMG. They find another defuse, and they should be able to get that Operator back. So a great round and retake to come out of them once again.
Again, when it comes to retake, you could definitely say SMG is one to the list and one on top of the list. On the other hand, RRQ, I feel like they're having, or they're actually finding those loopholes that SMG has as well. It just is when it comes to A side, they don't have that heaven control. Alexi is always free to maximize her shock darts. It always connects to at least one person trying to plant the spike. Not only that, the recon setup that she does just to really help out her teammates in letting them figure out their way when they hop out or try to decide to hop out on CT. And this is what they have to be really careful about for RRQ. Can they really try to pin down that heaven control that Alexi has, because she just really has that space to make something happen for the rest of the team? Oh no.
Space though. It's gonna be RQ trying to push into B off the back of that Viper's pit, but immediately Kaguya just sprays through and finds a kill onto Best. Despite that Viper's pit, Hunter's Fury to come in for some additional zoning action as well. I think it did tag up Iceberg, so definitely SMG finding a lot of damage early on here. Now Lexi with the jiggle spots out Napsky as well. They know that garage control has been taken fully. The drone in fact will tag out Napsky to boot, and it's gonna be a pivot over by this RRQ roster towards the C site. Still though, both Kohaibi and Shirazi willing to play spoil sport on site itself, and RRQ again with the awareness, they don't really want to push into that. They're just trying to go back into B, where this Viper's pit is still pretty active here. In area though, she's pushing up, still has the blade storm to work with. If she can hit a shot through the smoke, it's gonna be absolutely insane. Doesn't take the shot though.
She doesn't want to give away the info. She doesn't want to let others know that she's actually on link as well. It's a retake. About to be set up here by Alexi to start off with that Rika. No one to spot out though. They know there's going to be no one outside that pit. And this is going to be a Yumi trying to creep up as well, finding locations left and right. That's going to be the Sofa going down first. Is this going to be a follow-up? That's going to be that second kill, but that's towards Shirazi. SMG from left to right to center. They know how to control the site here. It's all up to Napsky right now, but she doesn't have that space to swing out as Kohaibi is waiting for her to hop. And that's going to be that 6-1 for SMG.
Here, on my way.
Just the fact that Kohaibi took down that Viper's pit, I think that really made that retake turn perfect for SMG. You did see Ayumi able to find this first kill, but with that Viper's pit going down, it was just the remainder of this squad of RRQ in the open here, and the positioning throughout that round from SMG, it was picture perfect. Now both sides, they have a lockdown ready to go, and Aries still with that operator here. It's really interesting to see how SMG are setting themselves up for this defense, and Aries kind of just allowed to solo hold that A site with that operator in hand, and Shirazi has C on lockdown basically. Now with both of these players on these extreme ends, there's just no way for RRQ to really contest. Ayumi goes for the swing, peeks into an Aries operator. She's been on the same angle for more than 3 rounds now, and she finally gets rewarded with that opening pick.
Patience is key. She waited long enough, that first initial pickup to start off the round as well. She repositions herself onto a main, and this makes RRQ feel a little iffy in trying to go on A side. Splash is already on the side itself. The delay is there, the pull, yes, but Best on the other hand is gonna be caught. That's gonna be Shirazi shutting her down. Setups left and right, the stars aligning completely, but in Neri, patience is key. She waited a long time, and they take the spike control for RRQ side.
2v4 situation. It's all down to Napsky and Iceberg, and like you mentioned, Spike completely in control of SMG here. That was a gift sent by the gods to Aneri. You could see her. I could feel her smiling even though her camera isn't on. Just being able to swing out with the operator and take control of the Spike. Now with 30 seconds left, it seems like RRQ, knowing the disadvantages that they're facing, are opting to just hold onto these rifles, going for a bit of a save here. But talking about SMG's play across the map, right? With the comp that they're running, they're just so info aggression heavy that it just lets them set up in these key positions.
10
And
seconds
RRQ,
left.
they have just been facing so much difficulty in really finding that space. I think towards B, it's where they've actually been able to get that spike down at all. But for SMG, their retake protocols, they have been almost perfect, whether it's on the A side or towards mid. They just are so capable of surrounding RRQ no matter which side of the map they're on.
Yeah, true. And you've seen that time and time again. From A, where the shock darts and the recon of Alexi aligns well. From C, where the stars of the Astra just completely diminishes that opportunity to push in. From B, where an aftershock is prepared if ever you plant a spike freely, and an alarm bot as well to tag you out. There's just so many traps being set upon here on RRQ side that they seem to have a hard time looking for a place of contact. But speaking of contact, that's Ineri smoked off at least. Are they gonna push this in? That's gonna be the question. The dash in is there. The fight off the Jets. Ineri very low on the HP. She still takes a step back, still survives, but with very little HP. It's still a 5v5 scenario here, and the lockdown has been in place, Zach.
Lockdown for lockdown. Kohaibi puts hers down as well to try and push these defenders off the site here. You can see as they're trying to hold for CT here. And the lockdown, in fact, it's going to get taken out. So that's a lot of space that Ayumi was able to buy in those last couple of seconds. You can see SMG still trying to push through on site here. Ayumi going to be tagged out, flashed into oblivion, still finding the kills on site and holding strong. Finally, though, Kaguya and Gohaibi, they find a couple of kills of their own. Alexi chiming in as well. Cosmic Divide to come in. Well, that will make sure this fight can't just be sprayed down, and it's just a diffuse coming in all the way. Shirazi just sticking it to the end. Never mind. Iceberg able to at least do some damage with the molly, but with that half diffuse coming in, there's time, just enough time for SMG to find it. 0.18. Oh my god, that was too close for comfort, but SMG, they still do it.
They almost take the round, especially that snake bite in delaying the diffuse of the spike, but in the end, they still managed to pull it off. This Cosmic Divide setup was everything for them. After that last snake bite that they did, they don't really have a choice but to push forward. They don't have any other utilities no more to try and pincer down whoever's taking down the spike. And SMG, again, they know their strengths. They know how to maximize the utilities of these agents. RQ, they do have a better understanding that Ineri might be on sewers again. They immediately throw off some of the utilities here to help that with the drone. It's gonna be Ineri. They flash it out as well. They know the plan here. It's just a matter of time before they shut down Ineri.
Yeah, they're gonna have to invest a lot of utility though to deal with that. Like already a molly coming in towards short, now the flash towards long. They're still though looking to do some damage. The double swing is there, but Ayumi this time around ready. She dodges the flash and finds both of these kills. Still gonna be a clear on site. Kaguya versus the world finds the first, gets the spike, still has some utility to work with. Gohaibi there for the trade. Just like that, RQ, they finally find a round on the board. Really excellent spacing to come out, and the fact that they were able to trade their teammates and Ayumi finding those two openers really coming alive in that round. It's exactly what RQ need more of to be able to find these opening
Can't
picks
believe
and
she
take
got
space
those
off the back of
shots.
that. It's just a collab. It's almost a collab.
It really looked like it was Best taking the first kill and Ayumi for the second, but she sprayed it and she actually got that double kill. Impressive shots coming in here from RQ. They also did a good job in denying space for Ineri to peek with that operator. They might have invested so much, but it's worth that investment if you're going to be able to successfully take on the site. They felt more comfortable swinging out when they're closer, especially going up against an operator. But this time around, they don't get any info from that flash. They might be pushing or rather crossing this without any caution, but it seems like Best preparing the Trailblazer as well, just to make sure, but they almost always just wants to shut it out, just so Ineri could have that space, that support.
Smoke comes in though, making it a little bit more difficult for Neri. She's still holding down this angle, finally forced back here to try and hold down a little bit more of a passive position. It seems like RQ, they still want to put pressure on this A site, or at least give the impression that they are doing so. But instead, knowing that Neri is most likely positioned towards A, they decide to opt towards B instead. You can already see Iceberg taking up so much space here thanks to her poison orb. The smokes come in as well, and now they look to plant that spike finally. Gohaibi still hanging around C-Link though. She's gonna have all this information here, and SMG, they're not really gonna give the opportunity for RQ to take any more space, so it's gonna come down to the post plant. 5v5.
We do have that breach as well with lot of util play. The stun flashes, the recon perfectly aligning. Shirazi going in for a hop out. Alucard to get a double here. Ayumi for one. Alexi now left alone for SMG's side. A 3v1 scenario. Can she make a clutch happen? A retake perhaps. That's gonna be her hopping out of the smoke. 30 HP remaining. She still has to tap and defuse the spike, but it seems like RRQ have prepared it quite well. They do have the swarms to delay, and other than that, they would rather focus on taking the operator instead.
Yeah, nice call to come out of Alexi there to make sure that she doesn't go down in vain, and they hold on to this op for this final round, which is pretty important. Like you mentioned, economy for SMG, it's still gonna be there, but a couple of these players might have to compromise on armor or utility to make sure that they have a full buy. So having that operator in this round definitely gonna be something that will greatly help them out here. In fact, you can see Shirazi being forced to play with the Bulldog. That said though, SMG still close to a lot of these snowball ults, only a couple off of that lockdown. We might see that coming into play later. Only a few off the Blade Storm as well. So if Inari can find these opening picks, it's going to be another ultimate that she has in her pocket ready to pull out. But I think RRQ, they've been great at just working on this A side, denying the operator value on it, which has forced Inari to move over towards C instead. And once again, the advantage of the operator, you can just leave it to hold down the angle while the rest of your team concentrates on other parts of the map. And you can see SMG already with the adjustments, they're playing much more aggressively towards that B site.
Get out
Speaking
of
of
my way.
operators, though, Ayumi also has one, and she's ready to battle it out when it comes to that aim peaks and first initial contact towards the player. She also does have that Blade Storm for reinforcement, just in case they would need to pull that out as well. Kohaibi crunching in towards mid. She's gonna get caught here by Iceberg. Good timing coming in from RRQ. Secures that first kill, at least releases and alleviates the opposition here from the traps.
Blinded.
Just like that, RRQ, they find that opening on B and they choose to go towards A. Blade Storm still in the hands of Ayumi, like you mentioned. They make sure to cross their T's and dot their I's, clear out the site completely, and then get that spike down. Operator, though, still in hands of Ayumi, holding down the corner, finds that opener onto Shirazi. Just like that, the numbers, they remain in favor of RRQ here. Ayumi still looking for more value. Blade Storm in hand to find another kill. And just like that, SMG again on the back foot. The lurk from Iceberg finds yet another victim. And now it's just down to Alexi, a 1v5. How much can she really pull off here? Able to find that first kill. That's a great start, but now has to deal with that operator, the jump peek to try and bait out the shot, but still so much space remaining to be taken by Alexi here. It's just her versus the world, and with that one way, I don't know how much more she can really do. Seems like RRQ, they're going to be able to close out the half 8 before it finds that final kill.
Find the loophole here for RRQ's side. They know that they can take space. It just takes a lot of investment when it comes to the utilities as well. But this is just the first half of the match that we're having right now, and I think our panelists have more to say about this. Mika and Tash, please do take it away.
8-4, once again in favor of Team SMG, and it looks like here, Tash, it's just the operator showdowns here are a treat indeed, right? But SMG, it just seems like the firepower is just too intense for RRQ, even though RRQ did have a few good rounds there. Like we saw Yumi pop off and how crucial that was. Again, the fire starter, as you coined it, right, Tash, being so important to RRQ getting that momentum back in their favor.
I think that for RRQ, it took a while for them to figure out how exactly the defense side was playing out for them. And I think that for them, it's really important for them to put a lot of pressure on the areas where Alexi and Inari was. We saw a lot of pressure on A long as well as A sewers, because the understanding that Alexi will always play with Inari. And with so many situations, you're trying to lure as many of the SMG players toward them to be able to hyper-aggress or hyper-rotate to a B side. In a lot of situations, it felt like B side was their last resort side. When they've put out a lot of utility, when they felt like they've already spent too long on trying to get those sides, they quickly rotate toward B side. And I think what's really important as well is to really note where exactly Iceberg rotates to when her team is putting in a lot of that pressure. She'll be moving up toward grass, toward B alone. She will ult there alone, or either put a poison orb there and take up that space, catching Kohaibi off guard. I think that's one of their biggest wins, in my opinion, in the rounds that RRQ managed to steamroll or take back, because they managed to catch Kohaibi playing alone or in the middle of that lurk. And I think that in this situation, regardless of a lot of things, I think that RRQ might be able to take it back in the second half, but we'll have to wait and see.
We will wait and see, but we won't need to wait too long because we are about to toss it on back to our casters for the second half of Haven, Tayrawr, and Zahk. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tash Fabs, as we call it for their duo name.
I like Mika Bunny more. It's cuter.
Mika Bunny can also, but I guess Tash Fabs for me, right? Anyway, without further ado, this is already the second half of our match, the second game as well for this best of 5 series. And I do like the little wrestle back that happened on the last few rounds that we saw. And it seemed like RRQ had more of that confidence boost, especially when Ayumi takes in on control on the side. Not only that, but also managed to get some kills left and right and help out to really take space. But this is a different story, Zach. They're on defense this time, and it seems like a fast take for the time being, attacking, and that's going to be SMG and Neri on the corner to get a kill here. Left and right, SMG trying to pounce on a side, and they battled it out. Aim duel wise though, SMG won over, and it's a 5v1.
Spike planted.
Yo, that was just Neri and Kaguya shredding apart everybody else on site. Now just Iceberg in a 1v5. SMG's post plan looking as pristine as ever. And there's just no real way for Iceberg to open this crossfire between Neri and Kaguya. That first obstacle here, the swing out off the back of the concussion to boot, and it's a flawless pistol for SMG to start things off. And if you look at that round, right, there was no hesitation to come out of SMG. They literally went running up A. You could see RQ making the decision to fight for the site. They immediately rush in, and SMG, they just tear them apart piece by piece. So really, really clean execute to come out right from the gate out of SMG's side. 9-4 now. Easy chance of double digits if they can close out this anti-eco. And after that, again, it's just a repeat of what we saw on Split. There's the potential for that steamroll once again to kick in.
Steamroll is what we're waiting for the side of RQ specifically as well. And having a frenzy on your hands, especially on this pistol rounds and in the hands of Neri as well, best comes to say, you could be looking at a mini stinger, right? But anyway, they do have that bulldog. They're just waiting for the smoke to dissipate the Viper orb. And it's a 5-man stack on A. They know, they're quite sure it's gonna be this side. Iceberg to take on the initial kill. Shirazi though, the spray control, the flex is there. And that's gonna be SMG for the win yet again.
Just an insane spray transfer from Shirazi to find the trades
Man,
and
I
the
wish
3K.
I played like that.
I wish my Spectre hit like that. When I shoot
know,
at
right?
people, my Spectre hits like 3 bullets in the foot, even though I'm aiming at their head, and then it just doesn't hit the rest of the shots. But when Shirazi shoots it, just gets... I guess that's why they're playing and we're casting. But
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're in the finals, right? So we're casting
Yeah,
the
that's why
game.
we're
That's why we're here. 10-4 though, very clean rounds coming in from SMG. A lot of that coming in from the momentum, the confidence that they have as a team, and knowing that they have that advantage anyway. An area yet again to crawl up here on sewers. They do set up the flashes for her. So far, that's what they're waiting for, I guess. They want to lure out the smokes, the flashes coming in from RRQ's side, maybe waste it on A side, and try to pull back and go see Garage instead.
That does seem to be the call. Shirazi just lurking around this garage area. I think that for SMG in this bonus round, it's going to come down to the safety in numbers aspect, how well they can really trade out here. And Garage to see does seem to be the call already. The smoke's coming down on the site as they look to push in. And RQ, they have the backup ready to go as well. Napski in the corner, the first point of contact. They don't check her. She goes huge. 3 kills already, 4 in fact, and now on track for the ace. She only has 5 HP left, but that's going to be all she needs as SMG's bonus round falls apart. Now just Alexi in a 1v5, Spike not in her control, alone towards C-Long. And how much more can she really do, especially after that play from Napski?
30 seconds left.
I mean, she's already flashed out, but she still managed to pull off that final kill before Alexi moves away on the site itself. But damage has been done. They didn't check that corner as well. It was a one and done position for Napski, but she made progress out of it and instead took 4 with her
left.
to the grave. And this is already Alexi trying to go in. That's the alarm bot. It's the first contact for the team. And RRQ, a very clean round courtesy of Napski here.
Here.
A flawless to boot, exactly what they really need to jump back into the swing of things. That's going to make their economy really give them a huge boost in that regard. And just another day, another 4K coming out of Napski. I think we saw a couple of those yesterday as well, though she did get an ace, if I'm not wrong, in one of those pistol
Not
rounds.
yet.
So, oh no, she didn't get an ace yesterday?
Oh,
Or
I
was it a
think
4K as well?
she did actually. There's so many
That pistol
aces
that we
on
saw,
this.
the 2 knives.
Yeah, and I could remember Ayumi's ace as well. Oh yes, the two knives. Yeah, she got a double kill from the knife on a pistol
She ran out
round
of bullets and
for
she just pulls out the
yeah,
Tondo.
and even an ace. Hey, what a player, right? But she dropped 30 bomb yesterday, and I'm not gonna be surprised if she does it again for today. As we go in the Technical Pause podcast brought to you by Tayrawr and Zach. It's a 10 to 5, Zach. How are you feeling about this, and what can RQ do to bounce back?
Well, I think that round was great by itself. Just hold these offbeat positions. SMG, of course, were a little bit less careful than usual. You usually see them flash or stun the corner before they flood into that C site. But RQ were able to take full advantage of the mistake that SMG really made there. And I think that while they can't depend on SMG making more errors like that, they can set themselves up for success because you could immediately see the rotation coming in as well on Napski's call. So even if Napski hadn't gotten that insane spray down 4K, there were still a couple of players waiting on site to play backup in that position. Now, though, in a buy versus buy, I think SMG, they've been kind of conditioning these fast hits on sites. So a little bit more of a default play, it might throw some chaos into the mix and really cause some confusion in the RRQ ranks, because RRQ so far, they've been pretty reactive to how SMG plays. It's been both a plus and a minus. I would like to see some more proactivity coming out of them. They do have that sky with which they can get some information, and I think their priorities should be getting a Yumi and Operator as soon as possible, because that would really give them the stopping power that they need.
And I think they're on their way in that position anyway. Iceberg, she's just holding on to a judge here for the meantime, and this might be also a very pivotal kind of scenario, kind of gun that you can pick up, especially in close encounters. We've seen a lot of this from Split, not in the game that we had a while ago, but from the previous times that we've casted. You know how deadly this judge can be, and especially
yeah.
if you just go onto the site with full force with 3 players to 4 just pushing in, it can catch you off guard. But again, SMG, like you mentioned, they typically use up their utility, especially that they have that double ini setup. You have a stun, you also have a recon to play around with, and even flashes. So it's a really powerful combination to have powerful utilities to play around with if you really want to make a space for Eneri to dash in on the side, get those skills, and reposition themselves for that post plant. But again, this is RRQ. They have the experience, Zach. They do have that experience in game changers. They've almost some of the players bid their chance to actually make it to the championships last year. But nevertheless, this is still that best of 5 series, and this is still a map pick by RRQ.
Yeah, it is a map that they have found success on in the past. The problem is that it's the map that literally everyone has found success on in the past. I think this is RQ's 3rd or 4th most played map, so definitely a lot of experience coming into this particular one. And this is a map that they were able to push SMG on as well. The closest that they've come to a victory against the side of SMG, it was 11-13 the last time these two teams faced off in Open 3. That said, though, it's kind of a mixed record for the side of RQ. They haven't been able to play very consistently on this one, especially against the top teams. They did find that victory against Scythe, however, a couple of days ago. So I think that might be the confidence boost they really need heading into this particular one. But for SMG, it's almost a flawless record on this map. I think they lost it one time this year to Folsom Sapphire. Apart from that, it's just been consistency all the way. So RQ, they're really gonna have to pull some magic out of the bag to break that SMG streak on this map. Like we keep reminding our viewers, RQ still to date have not taken a map off of SMG this entire
Hey, maybe
year.
today is the day, right?
It has to be the day, otherwise
It
we're
has
just looking
to
at
be.
a free
Exactly.
ride to SMG to Sao Paulo. So RQ, they're gonna have to buck things up big time.
There's no more lower bracket for this one. It's over and done with. The final call, the final curtain for today, and especially for the year here in Game Changers APAC. And aside from that as well, we do have, and I actually see a lot of supporters here commenting in our stream and sending their support, sending their energy towards the teams that we have from SMG down to RRQ as well. And some of the players are might as well we could say like friends of ours too. We do play with them, they carry us, etc., etc. You know what? I'm just happy to cast and see every one of them really fighting for that chance for that championship, especially that APAC only has one slot.
Yeah, somebody's gonna change that pretty quick because I think the caliber of play that we've seen this year coming out of all of the teams in APAC definitely have proved that they're on par or at least capable of standing toe to toe with the greats, as I say in quotes. That said, I am super excited for whichever team does end up representing APAC in that Game Changers Championship. I think last year we weren't in the top 4, but we did make it to that top 6. So at least we weren't one of the teams that got eliminated early on. A lot of room for improvement, of course, as always. But I think that whichever squad does come out on top between these two, especially if it is SMG going by their track record, I think that definitely it's going to be a show to set the stage alight. Just a month and a half, I think, remaining for Sao Paulo to really kick in. And I think it's a tournament that all of us are super excited about because it's been like an entire year that we've been watching and following these teams, telling their stories, learning about their players. And we all know how much it means on an individual level for these players, like in area especially, right? Like last year, I think before before Elite in 2022, I actually had a chance to talk to her. And she mentioned that playing on that kind of a stage, it's like her lifetime dream. And even though she was pretty confident that she was the best GC player at APAC, her not being able to make it last year was a little bit of a heartbreaker. So this is her chance at redemption. This is her chance to take it back and make sure, prove on a global stage that she's the kind of danger that everybody needs to really fear, and this is her chance.
Could also say the same for Ayumi, right?
Oh,
At the end of
course.
the day, some are previous teammates with each other and they've played together, but this time it's gonna be not a friend, not a teammate, but against your opponent instead. And for this matchup that we have currently, just want to ask you before I hear something else. Are you team Ini or team double control?
I'm just team Inari, man. But
Team Inari.
since that's not an option,
Good choice.
That's not an option. I'm just gonna say double Ini for Haven because I do favor that high information playstyle. I do like to make sure I know exactly where my opponents are, and the way that both Alexi as well as Camus have been stepping up in these roles on Haven, they just play it to perfection. Like Alexi especially, you know, we call her Princess Alexi, but she should just play solo all the time because her utility usage is out of the world. She manages to attack somebody on a recon almost every time. Her Hunter's Fury rate is almost 100%, and her shock darts the damage every single time, if I remember from that last half. So Alexi is just unstoppable.
I mean, she does have good timings, though. You have to say that, and you have to also deal with it. That's for the side of RRQ. But I think right now, while we're waiting for the technical issue to subside and perhaps fix itself, we're just gonna go in a very short break. When we come back, it's still that half that we're looking after here in Haven, and this is VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, so don't go away.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang,
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. Now, as you know, we were in the middle of map number 2 before we had a little bit of a tech pause. Really sorry about the delay. We finally do have an update for you, though. Due to unfortunate circumstances, we are going to be heading directly into map number 3, RRQ. It's a little bit of a heartbreaker for them, but it's not over quite yet. Hopefully, they're able to find the reset that they need before we jump into this next map of the series.
Yeah, they are given time anyway to prepare for that next game, especially that the score right now is, of course, 2-0 in favor of SMG. And I do hope that they do fix that tech issue as soon as possible. But right now, that's the update we're bringing to you guys. Unfortunately, we can't continue game number 2 no more. But nevertheless, the good thing about this, Zach, is it's a best of 5 series, and we know there's still that opportunity to make a comeback happen and to come back to the game and the series itself for RRQ. It's not yet over here in Game Changers APAC Elite. Our grand final is still on its way, and we're heading to game number 3 straight up later on. But right now, we are just gonna go in a very short break. When we come back, hopefully we do start off and get to see things kick off for game 3. This is Tayrawr and Zach bringing you the updates and action here in Game Changers APAC. We're gonna be right back, so don't go away.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang,
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. I know some of you guys might be a little bit confused as to what happened on map 2, but unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond their control, RQ's tech time was all used up and they were unable to resume the map. So that defaults the win to Team SMG. It's very unfortunate indeed. And you know what? But that's the hand that you're dealt with. Things like this happened, and we just gotta focus on what we can control rather than what we can't, right? So right now, RRQ, they're down, but they're not out, Tash. But this is an incredible mental blow to them, of course. Their momentum on both sides was actually cut, but like for RRQ side, of course, they're dealing with that moral hit, right? So they have to be able to bring it back here before we jump even into map number 3.
I think for RRQ, they are definitely a team that works well under pressure, and this might just work in their favor. We've seen it happen before with NWJ, and I wouldn't be surprised if this might happen again with RRQ. Again, while they are down 2-0, this is definitely a team that thrives not only under pressure, but understands what's at stake. This is the second time they've come this far, and their second chance to make it to championships over in the end of the year. Now, I think a lot of praise has been given for RQ as well for their form and tenacity and mental this year, but heading into Bind, one of the biggest problems is definitely going to be faced by RQ, because not only is this SMG's pick, but it's also a map that I think RQ has been struggling with when it comes to going up against SMG. And again, I would really like to reiterate that for SMG, when it comes to maps with CQCs, those corners, and also space taking, this type of map is where they thrive. It falls down to RQ whether or not they have the counterplay to stop this sort of aggression.
Right, and when the last time we saw both of these teams on Bind, right, it was a 13-2 scoreline in favor of Team SMG. That is quite a gap indeed. Of course, this happened during Open 3, but that's still, like, I guess, relatively close. They did bring out, Team SMG did bring out the Chamber. They did have the double control as well, the Viper and the Harbor, right, as well as Sky and Raze. I'm wondering if we're going to see the same sort of composition here. I say, like, if it's not broke, then, you don't need to fix it. Don't need to tinker with it that much. On the side of RRQ, though, we did have the double duelist, with a Yumi and a Luca on Raze and then Reyna, right? And we also had the Brimstone, Sky, and the Harbor, so also double control. But I am a fan of the double wall more, just because you can play around with it a lot more rather than the Brim and the Harbor combination. What do you think, Tash?
I think that when it comes to the double walls that you talked about, it's more about just kind of like, what's the word? Kind of setting up those walls in a way that it could work in their favor. It's more of like how some of these walls have some timing, like say a Viper wall. It goes down and immediately put down the Harbor wall. And once that other wall goes down, maybe Harbor can just push out with the high tide instead. It denies a lot of space to the enemy team. Now, again, while as this map is still very, very defender-sided, it's all about the attacker take. And I think for SMG, because of the way they've always been playing in terms of like playing very slowly, trying to just they put a lot of pressure when it comes to taking a site. But if you notice, the way they use their utility hasn't been like an all-in sort of situation. They're okay to play safe, play back a little bit more, put in that pressure in the form of just angels, and then when they finally get the site is when you start to see more and more of the utilities put down. And they will most likely have a lot of these utilities for those post plants, which is why playing retakes is almost impossible when it comes to the defending side against SMG. Now, when you look at RRQ, what they want to do here is that for attack side, they want to try and get the site, and then they start to have this, I would say, this post-plant situation where they have a crossfire come through. They have their protocols when it comes to playing together. But in a lot of situations, it's rare that we see them have as much utility as SMG coming into that game. So I think that in this situation, if anything, I mean, we did see some changes come through yesterday for SMG, for RQ on certain maps. So I wouldn't be surprised if this would be something that they would be changing up again. And they don't have like the worst, lose rate when it comes to Bind. It's honestly just against SMG. And I think it comes down to when SMG is really adept at a map, they perform super well. We saw that happen on Split. I wouldn't be surprised we're going to be seeing this on Bind as well, because if you look at maps that wasn't SMG's pick, the scores tend to be a little bit more close between the two teams.
Yeah. And with that, actually, it's like it's difficult to pick a map where SMG are like totally uncomfortable anyway, right? Because these ladies are just so prepared for anything. We saw it happen on the very first day, right? When suddenly Sunset was brought out, but it looks like they were still prepared no matter what. Here on Bind though, it's a map that we haven't seen a lot here at Elite, right? It's a map that like I guess a lot of teams would like rather dodge at this point, or like maybe it's just a bypass. So I'm really excited to see here that what the teams can bring out, especially since it's been some time since we've seen Team SMG on this map, right? What kind of shenanigans do they have planned on this map? I am actually a fan of Bind, so I actually do like it when teams can play a little bit of the mind games and the rotations here, especially since you have the teleports in play as well. For RQ though, speaking of rotations, they're actually very good at that. We did see some of the most ridiculous rotations coming out from this very team, right, Tash?
Yeah.
So I'm very curious to see how this is gonna play out, and I do hope that RQ can just shake off the bad juju from map number 2.
When you talk about Sunset, I think that this map is played more by RQ than as opposed to SMG. But if you were to look at the track record for SMG, they were a bit shaky in the first few rounds against Nyx Kyose. But because I think they went defender side at first. But when you look at their attacking side for SMG, they're very, very quick to take up space and put in the aggression. And I think for SMG in general, for most maps, they tend to thrive on the attacking side. They understand how to play aggressive, how to play together, how to take up that space, as opposed to denying space. This is why when you saw SMG on Split, I believe, on their defending side, you saw a lot of pushes out and they were punished by RRQ. But let's have a look at what we are going to be seeing on Bind for these two teams as we go into Agent Select. I'm really curious to see what exactly RRQ can bring to the table. Again, while they are 2-0, they still have a chance to go for a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult, especially since but by now I'm sure the players are just like incredibly frustrated. But they're gonna have to shake that off. It's part of the competition, right? Like as I said earlier, so these things happened, and as a professional, as an athlete, how are you going to handle that? You just have to shake it off, and you just have to act like this first round is still the very first round in the series, right? You have to approach everything as if it's like 0. The score is just 0-0 the entire time, and that's how a lot of teams from all around the world are just able to make these amazing comebacks. They just have to set that mentality that like this is just the first point in so many rounds. This is the first point that we're ever gonna make, and you just have to take it that little step at a time, no matter what has happened throughout the day. And I hope that RQ can find it themselves to be able to do that, because I'm pretty sure Team SMG, they really do want a good fight as well, right? They were looking forward to this the entire year, and it also does affect your opponent as well, right? The momentum again has been cut, so both teams are gonna have to bring their mental back into this game.
Yeah, I think for SMG, it's all about momentum cut. RRQ, more of like just trying to bring their mind back into the game. Now, RRQ, they were supposed to play yesterday, I believe, but it ended up being a FF for that map as well. So you can see that they are trying to play this map a little bit more, or get some inspo for it, if I may. But for SMG, I think that they've had a pretty much undefeated run since all the way back in July. Their last game was back in 30th of July against RQ. So this would be a rematch for this particular map. And I'm sure for RQ Kaguya coach Ducky D, I think that he is definitely one of those coaches who learns a lot from their mistakes. And I always say this a lot on broadcast. Teams that have suffered a lot of losses are definitely a team who learns from them. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is definitely something that Coach Ducky D is very, very aware of. Speaking of coaches, if you guys aren't aware, there is a new coach for SMG. He has been there for a while now, since Open 3, I believe. Colbat. Yeah, so that's also, I mean, it's just so seamless, that transition from Fal to Colbat to Team SMG, in my opinion, because it's been like, we barely even noticed that there has been changes. And I think that this is the kind of coach that I think it's really good, because they play to the girls' strengths.
look at this. We do have a mirror matchup indeed, and they are bringing out Chamber on both sides. Ayumi is going to take on the Chamber for the side of RRQ, and we have Kohaibi instead for the Chamber. So we have like a duelist kind of Chamber versus a Sentinel kind of Chamber. Is this what we're going for? Very interesting indeed. And we also see some switches around, right? We have Bess, instead of the controller role, she will be switching on to the initiator, and we have Nabsky on control as well. So this is going to be very interesting indeed. So let's get started. Let's get back into this series. Map number 3 between Team SMG and RQ Kaguya. Casters, over to you guys, Tayrawr and Zahk.
Thank you very much for that, Mika and Tash. Like they mentioned, RQ, they might be down 2 of those maps, but they're not out quite yet. There's a lot of chances still for them, because if you remember, last year's International Game Changers Championship, G2 Gozo were also down 2 maps, but they managed to come back and win the entire trophy. So RQ, especially with the roster that they've picked up for this bind, the kind of Asian comps they're running, I'm super excited for this map.
Nothing is impossible, because it's time to finally see one of the maps that we have here in the Best of 5 series. You said it already, Zach. We still have one map here to go to give that little bit of a spark and chance and hope towards our RQ side. Hopefully, everything goes well in their end this time around, but finally, we are going to be seeing this. Bind is going to be the map statistically for the side of our RQ. It's not that good going and smooth flowing from the stats from way back before, but this time around, we might be seeing a little bit of a change. You know, you're going up against SMG, who already have lots of VODs to watch for, lots of default setups that you can pick up on and really understand way ahead before you even play with them.
Yeah, I think that RQ, they've definitely put in the research as well, because if you look at the last time they played this map all the way back in Open 3 against SMG, they were running an entirely different Asian comp. So the fact that they've been able to adapt, change things around, it's clear that they've put in the prep work for this particular map, even if it is an SMG pick. I have hopes that we're going to be seeing a good show to come out of this team. I think in particular, the role swap for Ayumi, to go in for that single duelist chamber comp instead of the Reyna and the Raze together, it's gonna definitely give them a lot more flexibility, because I think that Reyna pick, it just kind of dragged RQ down. The problem with the Reyna is that she's completely dependent on how many of those kills you get, as we've seen before. So you either have a Reyna who's dropping a 30 bomb, or you have a Reyna who's stuck on 3 kills. So it always comes down to that 50-50, and just that chamber bringing in a little bit more additional consistency, the trademark as well to watch for the flank. It's just a lot more than they can work with.
Kohaibi tagged up, low on the HP, but same goes towards Ayumi. He recovers from probably a smoke coming in from a Viper here. But Iceberg, on the other hand, is waiting patiently until the entry from the players. She sees there's going to be someone onto Hookah. Dog's out already to catch her, but nevertheless, she just moves further away, and they would rather go play for this retake scenario and wait for the reinforcements coming in from RRQ.
Already though, SMG, they're hungry to take up a little bit more space here. 3 players running it down towards Elbow. The right click in close range though. Iceberg to find 2 already, looking for a little bit more, still staying alive. And those 2 kills, they might decide how the rest of the round plays out here. Kobayashi and Kaguya though, able to find a couple of kills, still on site, fighting for their life. Shirazi with the 3rd to boot, and suddenly it's just down to Bess and Ayumi. What more can they really find here? The smoke, Kobayashi plays around it to perfection, and it's just the right clicks all the way as SMG, they steal this pistol back. For a second, it looked like RQ, they were going to be able to compartmentalize on that advantage, but it's SMG all the way instead.
Good hold coming in from Iceberg, to say the least, on that elbow hold, and catching 2, at least making things a little bit even. You could also see Camille just holding down on inside the smoke just to try and save herself and make RQ wonder a little bit where the brimstone might be. But obviously, for this time, SMG taking the lead here. They will be able to buy up some of the guns they want to. Ayumi quite forward, but then again, already caught. That's going to be 3 players from the side of RRQ, immediately caught off guard. No guns to pick up on, but the 2 remaining players for RRQ side, they have to make do of what they have and what cards they are dealt with.
Right here.
Only classics in hand, not much really to work with, like you mentioned, but whatever damage they can find on this SMG squad, it's certainly gonna make their life easier in that next round when they do have their full buy. You can see that Navsky is just kind of hanging around here along with their teammate, waiting for a possible exit. And SMG, they're just so well trained when it comes down to the disciplined plays. Happy to hold things out here, try to make sure that they don't really lose any more weaponry than necessary. Talking about SMG though, again, right? It's just the awareness to come out of them. They expected that short push and they were just ready for it. Sure, Shirazi goes down early on, but aside from that, it's just gonna be the SMG squad all the way here. Now they take the TP, and you can see RRQ looking to just go to the spike and pass away because they don't want to give SMG any more of these ultos.
Yep, unalive as we see, and as we say, 2-0 right now for SMG, and they only lost one player as far as I'm concerned in that round that we saw, and that was Shirazi. So they're still gonna be able to save up the Bulldogs that they had a while ago, the Spectres as well. Not other than that, they also do have that utilities and of course the armors as well. But RIQ, this is gonna be their bye round. They were unfortunate in the previous map, the first game that we had, and here on the second map, but maybe this time around. Kohaibi though, good for the first. That's towards Ayumi. Change up the gun, delivered, and signed and sealed, delivered for their side. This Vandal is gonna be free for in the end. 5v4 situation, still creeping up and trying to get a little bit of a pick off here in the hands of SMG, but there's not that push yet.
Yeah, they're just trying to get back into their holding patterns, maybe hoping for another mistake out of RRQ's side and an attempt to even up the numbers once again. RRQ, though, they're just playing passively here, trying to let SMG walk into their site. Already Shirazi taking up a lot of space towards short. Finally, it seems like SMG, they're on track for the execute here. Iceberg, though, playing out towards heaven, does a lot of damage, but not able to confirm the kills. In fact, it's still Kaguya to come out on top, and now that's another rifle that SMG are able to pick up. 3v5 situation, RRQ forced to be in that retake kind of scenario. Alika, though, at least able to find that first one. A second to come in from Iceberg, though. Lex immediately there to trade. Now it's just a 2v3 situation. Spike finally gonna go down here. Both remaining players for that RRQ side position towards the Blue area. The first kill coming through already, and Camille, she's gonna be on cleanup duty all the way. 3 kills for her at SMG. They lock in another bonus.
Such a good clear coming in from SMG here. First pick off towards Ayumi. They keep it quiet. They cut down the noise, not letting the other team get any information for RRQ side, and losing Lamp's control here as well. They were able to pinch and punish really the last remaining player quite easily. Even if Camille didn't get that kill, I'm sure a trade-off will come by soon. RRQ, they still stay on that, trying to look for the first round that they could get here, but we're looking at a timeout to really dive into and reassess themselves on what are the next plans. But at the end of the day, we've seen multiple thrifties come from RRQ.
Yeah, I think the first one that they got on Split as well after SMG's overwhelming lead was a thrifty that they converted. So I think that or it was the other way around. SMG was the one to get that thrifty, but RRQ, they've proven themselves to be capable of finding these crucial shots as well. This timeout could definitely serve them in good stead, but coming out of both of these teams, what I noticed so far is that SMG, they're not really holding back. They're just so methodical about their pushes, yet so aggressive at the same time. It's like they can really do no wrong in that regard. Like in that previous round, for example, despite that gun disparity, you could see that the hero rifle in Kohaibi's hands, it was kind of the tip of the spear, and SMG, once they found that pick and showers, again, it's that constant push and pull that they just enforce across the map, right? They just leave no real information for RRQ to make a play off of, and RRQ themselves, they're constantly on the back foot here because of the lack of real information. Now, the early Trailblazer to come out does spot a player, I think, Ayumi with the headhunter, looking to find a kill, punch some heads for herself, and the jump peek is going to spot out an Airy.
For SMG, they play with a lot more discipline when it comes to this final days that we're looking at Elite. They really want to secure the points as much as they can, not giving away anything for free in the hands of their opponents. But Nabsky investing on this judge that she has right now, it's all the way in A. And so far, it seems like SMG wants to wait a little bit and take B side instead. That's gonna be hookah control over to that raise, but the rest is gonna be that B long.
Too long indeed. It's gonna be the poison orb to come out early on here to try and cut off that CT choke point. SMG waiting for the smoke to go down as they finally look to get into sight. There's still gonna be 3 players around here, although Kaguya makes quick work of that first one. Immediate refract to come through out of Aluka. The trades though, they're still there. Aluka on site, still holding strong. Already 2 kills to her name. Just demolishing players with the Sheriff, and now there's additional presence from Hookah as well. Coming in with the orbital strike. She has to be the one to break the deadlock here. Will use that ult to cut off Hookah. She's so low. She looks to make her way onto site, but it's Aluka's pass back in fact to find her instead. It's now Shirazi in the 1v1. Finds the first kill. No time to get the plant, and she has to run for this. You can see her on the chase here. Classic in hand. She finds it! Insanity! Shirazi with that final kill will save SMG from their first loss here. But what a clutch it was. What?
You could see Alexi screaming on top of her lungs after that kill. She was literally saying like, got ya. And the thing is, they already won the round basically. If and only if she ran instead of walking towards elbow. And SMG, instead of losing that round, they still managed to pull it away from RRQ. Stolen away at this point. 4-0, and this is going to be the buy round coming in from RRQ. To be fair, despite the disadvantage when it comes to the guns, that was a scary round for SMG.
Yeah, for sure. RRQ definitely ready on the finish. Some really quick rotations as well. And of course, Aluka with those nasty Sheriff shots really doing the damage there. That said, though, now full buy for both of these teams. SMG, they have the Seekers available. They did have to invest that orbital strike in that previous round here. So ultimate wise, they still have 1 or 2 to work with, but they have to deal with the showstopper from Aluka as well as this operator from Ayumi. So definitely RRQ, they have the tools in their kit to deal with SMG as well. SMG themselves, after making a little bit of noise towards B, look to focus towards A instead, but that guiding light coming out from Bess has already detected some showers presence. Finally, it seems like the execute is gonna come in. SMG going in full swing, chasing behind the Seekers here, and they're not even fighting for control really. They just go onto site and try to find these picks in area already with that first opener. Second from Shirazi as well. That's gonna make it a 3v5. Iceberg though, through the molly, swings out and takes out Kamiyu, bringing it down to the floor.
Bro, smoke dissipates though, and that's gonna be Kohaibi spotting her away. Good for one. That's gonna be that 1-to-1 trade. They're still looking for, to say the least. The 3v2 situation. They do have invested in this operator in the hands of Ayumi. Will she be able to pick up one? It doesn't seem like there's anyone around. They do have a showstopper to play around as well. But they have to figure out, where are the players of SMG hiding? Where can we find them? They do need that pick off. A tap on the spike maybe to lure out the enemies. But it's spoiler alert, that's going to be Aluka going down in an area to finish off Ayumi as well. A clean 5-0 in the hands of SMG.
Well, keep trying. We must
Off
keep
to a
up
dominant
appearances.
start on their map pick, and this is something that doesn't really bode well for RRQ Kaguya. They really need to win this map, as we know. They're already down 2, and this is kind of their last hope at that shot for not just Sao Paulo, but also beating SMG and not letting them take over APAC with that 33-0 scoreline that is possible. That looks to be increasingly possible. That said, though, Kaguya, they're still going to have enough money to scrape together a buy. Also still in possession of that Showstopper and Viper's Pit. That Viper's Pit in particular, it might be able to lock down a lot of these lanes. And I think that flash, that might force an early one to come out with Vimo.
They already popped the Viper's ult as well. The Viper's Pit towards Octas, we see. And at the same time, I also want to say that it's not just SMG that RRQ is up against. It's also that having that mental fortitude to go forward and push forward through the matches despite all the things that happened for today. And this is one thing they have to jump over and carry across them. But look at this, Ayumi. She traded off immediately as well, but that takes away Aluka.
Yeah, no more Showstopper available for the rest of this round here. One less thing that SMG have to worry about. Now they look to increase the pressure on this A side after getting that first pick. Still going to be a couple of players though. Pain Shells to come in towards U-Haul and Eri, looking to take that space, and the beautiful flash will set her up to find that opener. In fact, a second one as well now, and it's in Eri's turn to pop the Showstopper here all the way towards Spawn. So much control being taken right now, and she's still looking for the kills. Showstopper might not connect with Best. Still still looking to make some kind of magic happen. SMG though, they've completely taken over here. Just a 2v4 situation at best. She's just caught between the players, and Eri takes her out as well, and now it's a 1v3 for Iceberg. Already 2 players holding the angle, waiting for her to peek at an Eri with a 4K to close the round. SMG 6-0.
No trades on that final round kills that we had right there. It was all just about waiting when the next players of RRQ will hop out, as they already know locations after locations here. And SMG reading RRQ quite well when it comes to the crossfires that they set up here on A side, for example. It's also about not winning those aim duels that they just couldn't find the space to make a retake happen.
Exactly, SMG had pushed up so far by then. Inari was almost in spawn the way she was going, and this is finally the Inari that we're used to seeing. It was a little bit of a slow map one to come out of her, but now she is in full form here. Again, gotta be the tip of the spear. Does spot out Iceberg, so that's one player possibly to get taken out, but Ayumi, that's a huge kill with Shiraki taking the Dota Force out. Still gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Alka able to find another stopper, ready to go here. Her and Napsky, they're able to just clean house, and it's just a Lexi versus the world. Does have the Phantom to work with, but no real information as to where these players are. Her timing out of the smoke has to be impeccable here. She finds the first, and now a 1v2.
They break the chain for the meantime in the hands of RRQ. It's still a 1v2. They know they have a good cross, but one pickoff can change everything from Alexi's hands. Spike has been dropped right in front of them, and I think Alexi's quite aware there might be movements here just beside her, but this is already the hop out, not able to clear that right side. Secures the win for RRQ. This is the first round that I actually pick up on, and they brought chaos to the table.
Yeah, I think that really not letting SMG take up that much space is their solution to success. And of course, the bait and switch play coming out of Aluka and Ayumi. As soon as Ayumi goes down, they assume that short is pretty clear. And Aluka is just lying in wait in the corner, able to find a couple of kills for herself. And that final showstopper, it just scattered the SMG players on site, really letting Napsky take advantage of the chaos and find that round here. RRQ, they desperately needed that one, and they're going to be having it in their pocket finally now. Operator online again for Ayumi. This time around, positioned towards the shower instead. And SMG, bit of a change of pace from them. Instead of going straight for those fast executes that we see, it's just a bit of a default play again.
They do this always, the push and pull method, where they try to always go in fast, rush in maybe, but then completely different turnaround of pacing onto the next rounds itself. And it works out greatly. I don't think I've seen SMG have much of failure when it comes to this kind of default setups that they're making or they're trying out. It gives them a lot of info, and it gives them also a lot of space to move around the map, decide which is a better opportunity for them to actually pitch on or try to pincer on.
For sure, I think that it's those trap plays that really let RRQ find the advantage early on. Now, though, it's just going to be a simple push towards the C side. Operator from Ayumi finally able to find that first pick toward Tayrawr. Let's see him taking out this huge. No more flashes available for this execute, as SMG still look to take space. They're going to use this Viper wall to scale up here, and now they manage to deal with that operator shot. However, Ayumi still goes in for the re-swing, and she finds a second kill. 17 seconds left. SMG have to get that spike down, but there's just so much resistance available here. Just sprays through the smoke, finding these kills. Napsky with another one to boot. Now it's just down to 1v4. How much more did she really do here? Did she at least find a kill? Nope, it's just Ayumi all the way. 3 kills for the chamber, and RQ with another round.
Didn't go for a TP, didn't go for any other way for SMG side. They got stuck up on RRQ straps here. Not only that, but also Ayumi being more successful, especially in this investment on the operator. We've seen her lose the Tour de Force a while ago quite fast. And this time around, you can see how much value it brings to the table in having those pickoffs and making SMG a little bit more worried on how they can entry a site instead of just pushing forward without thinking about anything else.
Yeah, I think RQ are also going to be very happy that they got the Viper's Pit out of Shirazi, so that's one less ult that they have to worry about. That said, though, SMG quickly scaling up on
Watching
B,
here.
only one off of the Seeker, so I think they want to get control of that ult orb to maybe use that going forward. And Eri now towards Hookah, looking to take the fight here. Two players from RQ still positioned around that side, though. They're able to head her off, at least for now. Finally, though, SMG, they get ready to make their way onto site. A little bit of space being bought by the paint shells from Aluka, and that might force or make SMG consider the pivot here.
Might change base here. They might change locations as well, as we are seeing rotations going towards A. There's that trademark prepared to spot them out, but at the
destroyed.
same time, look how deep the two players of RRQ are from showers. They're hyper aware of the positioning here, but Iceberg, Koibe's actually watching for the flank here quite well. It's just a matter of timing on whose side.
This fight might decide how this round plays out here, but Kohaibi, she's watching the right angle at the right time. A second kill to come through for Inari as well. No more operator to be really to work out. Now it's just whoever remains. Aluka, I believe, at least find one before she shuts down, but it's just Kaguya with the triple to get SMG another round on the board. We talked about this before, Taylor, and the biggest problem here is that if you let SMG take that site, their post plant, it's been unbreakable so far. RRQ, the rounds that they won, it's been off the back of them denying SMG that very space with which to plant the spike and get themselves back in position. There's got to be more aggression to come out of RRQ in that regard.
More of that retake initiation from RRQ seems to not work out in their favor majority of the rounds, but when it comes to, like you said, when they go for aim duels, the trade-offs and the fast rotation, it seems to work out. But you have to remember that SMG is also changing up the pace. You can't hyper-rotate at this moment because they move fast and slow. But look at this fast take towards C long, or rather B long. Bess is there to answer back. That's a double kill for her. A little bit alleviating the pressure for RRQ's side. And Neri, that's going to be that cross from RRQ as well to catch one, and that's towards Alexi. Shirazi, though, secures a kill on that snake bite. This Spatials pushes out Neri for a little bit. Nabski just around the corner. They've seen the Brimstone util, but Shirazi, good on the trades. She's been shining through to the maps that we've seen that RRQ won.
1v3 though, still a lot to ask from her. The spray through the cloud is really enough for Iceberg to take her out. Shirazi tried her best, but in a 1v3, just a little bit too much for her to really chew off there. 3-7 now. RRQ slowly but surely narrowing this gap. And again, it's just these excellent micro plays that really help RRQ out, setting themselves up for that 1-2 quick punch, the trades to come in. I think that it's quite important for them to find those early picks, and now we're going to be seeing the first timeout of the day to come out of SMG's side. They do have those ults to work with for this round. Still, economy looking not too shabby for the team itself, and the Tour de Force is online for Kohaibi as well.
Again, I really do think that the biggest hurdle here for RRQ right now is getting over the fact that whatever happened from the previous 3 maps, you have to forget it. At the same time, just play around your team as well. And obviously, it's a 7-3, so much so that it almost seems like it's one-sided. But we've seen rounds from RRQ where they had only pistols. It was eco rounds, sheriffs only on their hands, but they still managed to pull off a 1v1 situation or a 1v2. So with this, I am also expecting like a little bit of a comeback, at least for RRQ side, the more that they understand how SMG plays. Not quite sure after this timeout from SMG though, can they convert that quite easily?
It's definitely not going to be easy, especially the way that SMG just came prepared for today. They're on fire for sure. It's going to be very challenging for RRQ to bounce back, especially with that mental block, like you mentioned, coming in from their unfortunate circumstances on map 2. Now, though, interesting play to come out of Aluka. She's going to set herself up in that TP, ready for that crossfire with Ayumi here. The Tour de Force from Kohaibi just going to be positioned towards B long, watching for a possible peek, but RRQ, they're not really giving much away. They don't want to make any of those mistakes that have cost them before in the past. And SMG as well, they still have that showstopper in Aries, so it's probably going to be their tool of choice to initiate their push onto site. And Aries, the sole player in showers, she doesn't get detected by the flash, but she still will be forced to fall back because of the double push.
Could have been that timing as well. But they moved further away from that portion of the map and instead they relocated themselves back to the site. Same goes to Aluka and Ayumi. They're holding down this crossfire as well. Anyone who TPs can be in the problem here, but Ayumi actually punishes that race. There is one on the TP and Cameo realized that. Now they move further and that's going to be on to B long. They take control over B, but trying to find and smoke off the pathways where they might be. RRQ hops out of that smoke trying to fight for their life. Like we said, they have more of that aggressiveness before the plant and it works out so far, but this time they stopped. Cut noise. SMG planning the spike right now. 13 seconds
Spike
left
planted.
and Aluka onto Hookah.
Both players trying to make this retake work out. 2v3 situation coming in through Hookah. Kaguya, the sole player on site, has the orbital strike ready to go. This timing is going to be crucial here. It's going to force them out of the Hookah, but Kawaii just watching with the tour de force will find Aluka. The orbital strike will clean up Iceberg as well, and SMG played to
Last
perfection
round
in
in
the
the half.
post plant will find a lead 8-3.
They know their strengths here, as we say it, Zach. And this crossfire setup coming from Aluka and Ayumi, they were able to punish some of the players, but also SMG, they're also smart to think of a solution to the problem, the next protocol, the next step. Like you said, and like the panel said a while ago, they already know page 3, 4, 5. And if it doesn't work out there, might as well hyper rotate to be long and make a take happen there instead. It works out in their favor. Last round for this first half, Zach.
Yeah, I think that SMG, they are definitely more tried and tested on this map, and you can see that experience really shining through here. That said, though, RRQ, they're finally getting some kind of inkling as to how SMG they like to play this map. Your early aggression, it's going to be immediately punished here, as it's going to be Aluka to spray through the smoke and find that first kill. Still 4 players from RRQ waiting on the site. They check their corner this time around, but still a 1-for-1 trade here. It's going to be Kohaibi
One
to take the
enemy
sprays,
remaining.
and now brings it down to a 1v2 situation. Shirazi, she's been on the lurk for most of this map, and she's been able to find incredible value here, but now it's just going to come down to how well she can clutch the situation out. 1v2 scenario. Napsky has the orbital strike as well. The only thing going for her so far is that they don't know her position exactly, but now they do. Napsky spots her out here. Orbital strike ready to go the moment that spike tap is heard. And Shirazi, she's going to have to be so careful about how she plays this.
I have the spike.
She
Toxin
could
screen
also
down.
bring the spike all the way to B, but she
30
taps
seconds
it,
left.
moves out the enemy to try and peek. Even the ult off the brim. She hops out and it's gonna be that double peek from RRQ. Good decision making coming in from them,
Switching
especially in that final moment. They do use up the Brimstone ult, but it was the last round anyway. And this turns out to be an 8-4. Not too bad for RRQ side, but let's see and hear what the panelist has to say about this. Tashbunny, take it away. Tashbunny and Mika Fabs, take it away.
Wow, I thought Tayrawr forgot about me. I'm like,
Same.
man, all these years of friendship. But speaking of the friendship here, of course, we do know that these two teams are interconnected somehow, some way, right, Tash? And we're seeing that actually carry on. We can see how RRQ is actually deciphering the way that SMG plays, right? You can see the sort of like the pre-fire suddenly bearing fruit in a lot of the rounds, right? Not too bad for RRQ, I would say, but it's still 8 rounds in favor of SMG. That's still quite a lead.
Yeah, and on top of that, on attack, we see the aggression come through from SMG, but it's not the aggression that we expected or hoped to see from the beginning. It's not as explosive, but it is definitely very, very patient. I have to say, in a lot of situations for SMG, they have good reads on how RRQ would hold a site, how they play together, how they do the crosses. We saw, especially on, I believe it was round number 8, where, round number 6, excuse me, where Alexi sets up Anari so well. One flash was all she needed. Anari was able to clear out to the right and to the left toward lamps for the A site itself. Now, why is this such a good thing is because they are understanding where exactly to look and to clear when it comes to taking up that space. It wasn't until RRQ decided to play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more forward, that it catches SMG off guard. We start to see SMG shake. But honestly, it comes down to the wire between these two teams toward the last few rounds. But I have to say, as we see SMG going toward the defense side, this is where things are going to start to be very, very interesting.
Yes, indeed. And we keep talking about how RRQ, Ayumi, and Aluka, this tandem works so well. Let's see how well they entry as they swap on over to attack. So, Tayzak, over to you.
Hey, Zahk, I like that one. That sounds cute. But we're gonna be heading back into the map right now. SMG 8-4 in the lead, 5 rounds away from locking in their spot at that Game Changers Championship in Sao Paulo. It seems like they can almost taste the victory, and the only thing stopping them is RQ. Like our panel did point out, there's gonna be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Ayumi and Aluka. They've been that dynamic duo in the past, but they're really gonna have to work some magic here on this attacking half.
They do, and first step towards that is actually winning this pistol round to make it a little bit more easier to get to that 8-6 scoreline, if I must say. The initial flash to take info towards B long, very typical. They know it's a hopped out position coming in from these two players towards SMG side. They reposition themselves. They would rather go and wait on the site itself. And Nerito was able to catch Iceberg. And Kohaibi, something's happening around the map. It seems like RRQ, one by one, they all falter here. Now it's all down to Ayumi. She has the spike. She can still run all the way back to CD, but will someone catch her? Nope. She jumps out. No one actually peeks.
SMG, they're just so
Who's gonna get
disciplined.
outplayed, Ayumi or SMG?
I don't know either. Ayumi just decides to go for the plant. She knows that it probably SMG are hanging around the spot. It's gonna come down to how she really isolates these duels. All three of them, they're gonna be coming in through Mika already, ready for the jump here. The swing from Ayumi not quite timed perfectly, and Inari able to find that kill. Really, really nice round to come out of SMG to win this pistol and take them to 9 here. And if you look at it, right, it was just such that quick flank, 3-player flank to come down from short. They get so much information on A. The lack of lurk or backstab watching from RQ is they're just pincered in. They try to go into sight. They take the debuff from that Viper wall, and after that, it's just free pickings across the board.
And I think Ayumi was also expecting the players of SMG to maybe make a hyper rotation towards A since they saw her cross, but that wasn't the thing. That wasn't what happened, and I don't think they actually saw the cross towards
Yeah.
CT side. And it's just all about the reads at this point. SMG securing that pistol round makes it a little bit more harder for RRQ to make a comeback happen. But Kaguya, all smiles on her face. She realized like there's so much people out there.
Yeah, she wants nothing to do with that, which honestly I understand completely. I would make the same move. Shot gonna be taken out by Kohaibi as well with the headhunter, if I'm not wrong, to get some information towards Hookah. Does spot out a player, not getting any damage though, so it seems like RQ, they still want to try and contest for this A site. They're just waiting for these smokes to possibly go down. And Kaguya, she knows her timings already. A Molly coming down still. RQ trying to push past it. In fact, it's gonna be one of the players burning alive here. Ayumi taking more than half her HP in damage, but still the plant comes through, and RQ, they're gonna be able to set themselves up on site. Already SMG though, they're on the flank. They're gonna clear out a lot of space for short. And Iceberg, if she can find these kills, it's gonna be huge. Just a 1-for-1 trade though, and the rest of SMG, they're ready to come sweeping in. Kaguya through the smoke to find yet another kill here. And Aluka and Ayumi are all that stands here right now. Aluka at least able to find the first Medinari. She already has it. There's nothing to be really done here. And SMG, they get to 10 once again.
Amazing play coming in from SMG there. Knowing the advantage that they have from having Spectres compared to those classics and not holding position too close that you would be caught off guard, and also at the same time they can pick up your gun. Instead, they play around the utilities here of RRQ. Instead, Kaguya basically waited for that opportunity. Once she hears that the Sky is trying to throw out Util, it might be the perfect time to hop out, and she catches Bess quite in an awkward position there, throwing out Util plays. This might be rounds after rounds for SMG side, but officially by round for RRQ. They have to make something happen here. No more mistakes.
Yeah, they really don't have the rounds to work with. SMG already 2 maps ahead, and now a lead on this one as well. Ayumi with Doppler, they're looking to take some kind of damage. The shot goes wide. It's just Inari to find that first kill. Finally gets taken down by Iceberg here, but Shirazi still with the Sheriff in that close range, doing the damage and keeping the numbers in SMG's favor. She's still alive as well, so that's the Viper wall available for a little bit more damage here. Aluka trying to sneak up, find the damage, but instead it's going to be Shirazi on top. Another kill for her to 2 players remain now for this RRQ squad, and they still look to
They
go.
don't know.
Shirazi's clutches, they don't clear corner. Shirazi with 3 before she finally gets shut down, and now it's just Best versus the world. A 1v3. She has control of the spike at the very least, but she has to isolate these fights somehow. It's just gonna be so difficult, especially with how passive SMG are holding now.
We've seen this from a while ago. They did it to Ayumi once.
30
They would do it
seconds left.
again. And I think CT side is the choice for Best. She spotted out movements from across the map. That's going to be the flash settling in. This gives info at least for Best where the players might be, but they know that she might try to go for a TP out here. And SMG read like a book. That's going to be RRQ. Still on that 4-point. The disadvantages here that RRQ has right now, playing against the judge as well, Zach.
It's just so difficult. And of course, Shirazi, the fact that she was able to get 2 more kills on 33 HP just made the round completely impossible for RRQ to really pull anything off. Now it's time for another timeout to come out of them. And this is really, really difficult because that was their buy round. It was SMG's bonus, and SMG didn't even seem to break a sweat by the end of it, the way it went down. Now RRQ, they're still going to be able to put together a buy of some kind, but they invested so heavily in that round. They had the operator on Ayumi as well as rifles across the board, and without that kind of advantage, it's going to be so much more difficult for them to bounce back into this. 1 round away from match point, 2 rounds away from Sao Paulo. SMG, they're so close to that victory that they've been chasing that entire year, and it's just on their fingertips, just 2 more rounds away.
When we see the flights, they're almost at the checkout page at this point, right? But not yet quite there. I do like seeing that the previous games that we watched and we've casted for SMG, Kamiyu is really stepping on the gas pedal here. The spotlight being really taken away from probably some of the players that we really put the spotlight on from the previous elites, from the previous game changers. And this time around, as a Brimstone here on Bind, she has that perfect read on when to throw out the molly, even the orbital strike as well, and even just playing around the utilities. But anyway, let's take a look at this round. Hold that thought first. Alexi will try to fight for it, and that's going to be that 2-to-1 trade. Instead, in a 4v3 positioning, RQ already on B side, but Hookah not completely cleared.
Yeah, they probably still know that Alexi's hanging around here. You can see how cautious they're being. Really just letting one player watch that exact angle. Alexi, though, in that elevated position, might be able to do a little bit more damage, especially with Ineri with the backup. Now Showstopper to boot, tosses it in the back.
remaining.
Not able to find anything, though. Again, Alexi's there for the trade. Like you mentioned, Spike firmly in control of Alexi here. She's not messing around, and Aluka in the position of having to try and clutch things out. She goes right into Kamayu, and that is matching series point for SMG. 1 more round. That's all that stands between them and Sao Paulo, and an undefeated year at Game Changers APAC.
They had no choice here. The spike being dropped onto Hookah or outside Hookah, and the rest of the players, or 3 of them, already on B side. They don't have a choice but to clear that angle out. But the problem is SMG is really good in holding positions, especially if it's in their advantage, where they can really. It's just all about the discipline.
to
One
play?
word for it.
Let's
It's just
play.
the discipline of this player. It just shows through the screen, despite the big of an advantage of a lead that they have. Oh,
Oh my god.
Iceberg!
Ships. Oh my god, her barrel! It just poked through for a second, and Kamiyu, she finds the kill. That is so unfortunate for RRQ. That could have been the play that they desperately needed to bounce back into it, but now again it's just SMG's aggressive hold towards the short angle. It's still gonna be Kamiyu to find that kill despite being concussed. At least Best, she's able to find a trade here, but still SMG, they keep their numbers. A 4v3 situation. There's so much work that RRQ have to do, and they have no map control either to work with. You do have Alexi holding by herself in Hookah. RRQ, they have B long, but the spike itself, it has to make its way here, and it does look like they have their sights set on B.
Playing for contact, and the rest of the RRQ squad just waiting for the rotation to come in, especially with Best having the spike. They need to clear out the angles though, especially Hookah is controlled by Alexi here, but they don't know that. And I think Alexi already heard some of the footsteps coming in from
30
RRQ side.
seconds left.
She knows, she's giving info, she's giving the intel and all the hyper rotation from the rest of the team. This would be
Spike
the
planted.
sandwich play that could take them the win.
Found one.
Just so much on the line. Seekers to come out. At least they're gonna be able to smoke out Alexi's position off the back of it, but there's just a double-sided pressure coming through. Operator available as well for Kohaibi. Ayumi and her face off towards elbow, but it's still gonna be SMG trying to make their way onto site. Once again, a 1-for-1 trade. Aluka takes down Alexi towards Showers, bringing it down to a 2v2. SMG, they're on site, but they have to figure out where these players are positioned, and it's gonna be Ayumi and Aluka. We talked about the pressure on their shoulders before, and the duo, they're gonna be able to keep RRQ alive. 5-12, they're still in this.
The pressure is definitely on, and RRQ surpasses that as well. They take on the win here, 12-5. And when we look at the utility play coming in from RRQ for the next round, we are looking at a showstopper. Viper Spit, almost available, just one orb away for both of the players here. And this is this utilities are a huge part, or huge composition or addition towards that take on the site if they can, or if they actually take up that orb as well. But when it comes to SMG side, they're on a match point here. They only need to look up into one mistake that RRQ might make, or even just completely dismantle and be aggressive. You just never know what their next step will be.
They really take that statement, never let them know your next move, to a whole
Yeah,
other level.
true.
the way the way that SMG like to play this map. But yeah, like you mentioned, RRQ, they just have no rope to work with here. On their last leg, every round it has to be perfect. We need 7 in a row to get to overtime, and 2 more after that for them to push this to sunset and possibly that map 5 ascent. Instead, it's gonna be RRQ just barging their way into this ace side. Orbital strike to come out to deny the plans, and Napski already looking to flank around here, and Neri still finds the kill though. That's huge. Through Showers, it's coming you for the spray down. She gets 2 more as well, and now again, it's just down to Ayumi and Iceberg. Ayumi finds the first, immediate refrag. It's all down to Iceberg. She finds the first, but it's still Shirazi to come out on top. SMG, they are your game changer champions for APAC. They're going to Sao Paulo, and they keep up their record, 33-0 for the year in APAC. The queens of APAC for real. Look at them celebrate, man. They deserve it so much.
Kaguya, even with the baseball reference out there, we do know who's gonna take it and who's gonna represent Asia Pacific for the championships here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And Zach, what a roller coaster of emotions we've been through today and the previous weeks as well. Well executed, well prepared SMG. They just take everything, the entire season, away from everyone.
Yeah, they lost, let me see, 4 or 5 maps throughout the entire year, all of them to Full Sun Sapphire. They haven't dropped a series yet, and in Elite, they win the entire event without dropping a single map. That's the kind of championship caliber team that will be representing APAC in Sao Paulo, and I think that, between you and me, I do think this championship, it might be under our name already.
Oh,
I'm betting on
all
SMG.
team
Look,
SMG,
I'm just an area fangirl, okay? I've been that way since 2021. I'll be that way for the rest of my life, and she deserves it. At this point, nothing makes me happier than seeing my girl go to that championship and get ready to slay out. But we do still have our panel ready to break down all that chaos that went down on Vine and talk a little bit more about what this means for SMG. So thank you so much for a fantastic grand final cast, Taylor. And for the last time, Mika and Tash, over to you.
Thank you so much to Tayrawr and to Zach. Thank you guys for an amazing cast and for an amazing circuit. You guys did so well. And of course, who else did so well this entire circuit? Team SMG, our champions for Game Changers APAC Elite, and our champions for APAC in general. Tash, I mean, was there any doubt? I mean, come on, undefeated all throughout the entire year, not a single series lost.
Yeah, undefeated for SMG, and honestly, one of the best teams to watch when it comes to, I would say, growth, not in terms of in-game, but also in person as players as well. Now, for SMG, I think that one of the biggest changes to them was definitely the way they play in terms of their aggression, trigger discipline, as well as the friendship that they have made together as they got to into the team. But for now, I really want to just really break down that game, especially toward the second half. It was very unfortunate that RRQ had to, forfeit that second map, and I was kind of hoping for a comeback by RRQ. But again, while I did say that the team that has learned the most are the teams that have lost, but SMG is definitely a team that is constantly evolving and changing. While it was a mirror comp by SMG and RRQ, I think their styles of play for these two teams are very, very different, especially if you look at defense side. For SMG, the idea has always been that space denial, take away that space that neutral space in between these two teams early, deny it from them, and suddenly you are in a position where you think, wait, who is on attack and who is on defense by the positioning of SMG. You saw Alexi and Neri always taking up hookah when it comes to B side. You see onward showers, you see onward A side short, you see Kamiyu and Kohabi pushing up, and this allows them a lot of space and rotations, as well as pincering or sandwiching from SMG, which really puts RRQ in a bit of just confusion at this point, because they don't know where exactly to look for these girls, which angles to clear, and how exactly they want to push out together. But regardless, it's a 13-5 scoreline, and I did think that RRQ did definitely change up the way they play, but SMG overall just has better reads.
I was so surprised at how deep the rotations would go, right? How deep the pushes would go. You would get so confused as to who was on attack and who was on defense, because it was like, oh, okay, SMG are attacking. Why are they coming from CT? It was the mind games were like intense in this map, right? And it's unfortunately for RRQ, there was just such a big gap with it's 13-5, but that doesn't take away from the way they played in this last map, right? They did try their hardest. We had that amazing clutch from, I believe it was Aluka, right? Right when the pressure
the double
was sticking
kill
out. Exactly, there was so much pressure, so it just a testament to how well these ladies perform. But of course, you have players like Kamiyu over here, our MVP for Bind, on the side of Team SMG, and you could see her just knocking it out of the park once the cameras turned to them, right? looking so happy indeed. But it just goes to show, that teamwork, that camaraderie of Team SMG really coming through.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this in the beginning of the broadcast. There was not a lot of microscope to Shirazi and Kamiyu, and I think that in this particular game, I think all eyes should be on them, because honestly, if you are not looking at them, you might miss a lot. Kamiyu, I would say that what really sets her out for this particular map is just how she plays. The abuse of the off angles, great holds on the angles as well, and also allowing allowing or giving the information to her teammates while they're on the lurk as well. We see a lot of rotations come through by Neri and Shirazi, but it was Alexi as well as Kamiyu as well as Kohabi holding down these areas and flanks, which allowed them to really understand, or by process of elimination, know where exactly RRQ is going to push through. And we saw so many different ways RRQ wanted to approach and entering a site. We did see a few that are really, really good, in terms of just taking a site and holding it. But I think the problem still remains is that when you don't know where every single member of the SMG team is, that's when the problems start to happen. Regardless, I think we have an interview with one of my favorite players. Who do you think it is, Mika?
We do have Princess Alexi, Queen Alexi on the line for this time around. We like what we see here, definitely. Alexi, hello, congratulations to you guys. Let's bring her up onto your screens. Alexi, can you hear us?
Yes.
Hey, congratulations, Team SMG. Well deserved indeed. Congratulations to you guys. Alexi, talk to us about those final moments. Give us a peek into the celebration. What were you guys shouting or saying to each other? Kamiyu, we saw, I think, was like batting something away. Let us know what is going on.
At the last round, we were also calm. We don't think like, oh, this is the last round. We're gonna win, we're gonna go Brazil. We just need to focus to win the round first, then celebrate like later. So yeah, we're going Brazil.
What a celebration it was indeed, Tash.
I wanted to ask, hi Shirazi. Anyways, I really wanted to ask, so, last time we met was over in your previous, gaming house, and now you are another one in JB. I wanted to know, are your, you have your pre-game rituals, you have the scrim, you have the warm-up, you have the meditation, you have the exercise. Is that still something that you guys do together?
Yeah, we never changed our routine ever. We still do the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
so my question is, can you guys add in another routine from me next time? Can we add in a jelly bean routine together next time?
Okay.
Oh my gosh! Were these the weirdly flavored jelly bean stash?
Oh yeah. Lexi needs to do it again because she got all 3 good flavors. Colbat hasn't done it, so we need to bring him in for that. I also really wanted to ask you guys now. So coming into the 3rd match for Bind, I'm sure that for a lot of situations, a lot of time you guys are feeling very confident. You guys are more at war with yourselves than with the enemy team. I know Neri isn't here, but I wanted to know what's it like, or has she shared with you guys what it feels like to be playing against her former teammates?
We're not talking about it, but I don't know. What's the feeling of she's against with her teammates? We legit don't talk about it, even if she's ex-teammates with her. I mean, with our opponent now. We just need to focus to our goal and don't care to any shit things happening outside.
Lexi, language. We talked about this. But anyways, congratulations to you guys. I'm very, very proud of you guys. If you guys had anything you guys want to say to your fans and the people watching at home, what would you say to them? And do you guys have anything for people like me who want to maybe go into Game Changers one day? What would you guys say to us?
To the females out there, just grind and don't give up. And to all of our fans, thank you for supporting us since day one. And we're gonna make you proud in Brazil.
So can I
Yes, definitely.
Shout out
Now,
to Jay.
wait.
Thank you very much. My Filipino coach. Oh my god. Say
See you.
See you!
we will see you, ladies, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Congratulations, well earned indeed. You guys can rest easy and rest well. Congratulations, Team SMG.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh, you can just tell how relieved and how happy they are after this entire year of just never letting the ball drop, right? They can breathe a sigh of relief, at least for the next couple of weeks before they go up against the world, Tash. It's gonna be so exciting to see them up against the very, very best in the elite.
Yeah, but for now, let's have a look at the brackets. I think this is going to be super exciting. If you guys just tuned in, this is the run that we are seeing. From the beginning of the year, I want to bring it back all the way to Open 1 till now, SMG has not dropped a single match. They may have lost some maps, but not a series. And I think for this particular, I would say, run as well, SMG, a lot of people were already projecting for them to win. But we can't discount the other girls as well. I think that's also one of the biggest growth year for teams like Nyx Kyose, NWJ, Global Esports Elite, MLT, RQ, Orangutan X, as well as Full Send Sapphire. I think that out of the 2 years I've been here on the panel for VCT Game Changers, this is one of the biggest glow-ups, biggest changes, biggest improvements that I've seen in the Game Changers team all through all the teams that are competing at Elite.
I have to mirror that, Tash. This is an amazing run indeed, and you can just tell, this is a Game Changers APAC Elite, right? And this is a very elite of elite right here with Team SMG. It is so exciting to then see them take on the world on the global stage, right? Representing our region in Sao Paulo, Brazil, rather. So this is gonna be really exciting indeed. I mean, Tash, I could think of no better representatives to showcase the world what APAC is all about, especially with all of the hard work that Team SMG has done throughout the year. Any final thoughts, Tash, on the run so far as we close out the final day of Game Changers APAC?
I think I agree with you. I cannot imagine another team who is better suited for us to represent us in Asia Pacific over in Brazil. A team with an undefeated run, a team where one of the players had her ticket to Berlin stolen so last minute last year, and also a team that has come from so many different backgrounds and diverse cultures as well to really make up the beautiful crockpot of cultures that we have here in Southeast Asia. Regardless, thank you so much to Mika for having me as your analyst here on VCT Game Changers, and it's gonna be a wild ride, so don't forget to tune in for Champions coming very soon.
Very, very soon indeed. Just a few more weeks, and we're gonna see these ladies again on the global stage. Stay tuned for that. Everybody in APAC will be cheering these ladies on, and of course, we will be too. So see you guys then as we tune into Game Changers Champions. But for now, this has been Tashbunny and Mika Fabs, and we will see you on the next one.
Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808.